Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. In order to begin, I'll go to our memorials first. Are there any memorials from trustees? Okay, seeing none, I'll turn it over to Trustee Guerin.
Thank you, Chair. As part of our efforts to help build connections between the school board, parents, and our parishes, we've invited Father Deacon Sean Meany from St. Anthony Daniel Parish in Kitchener to lead us today in our opening prayer.
Thank you, Board, for the invitation today. And we'll begin with the sign of our Catholic faith. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, members of the school board gather today seeking wisdom, discernment, and unity in the work entrusted to them. We thank you for the many gifts you poured upon our schools, our teachers, our school board, our students, and the families who entrust us with their formation. We turn now to your most holy mother, the Blessed Virgin Mary, whoever intercedes for us with a heart full of love. As this Marian month draws to a close, we ask that she may continue to watch over this meeting and all who are present. Mother of God, guide your thoughts and words that they may be rooted in charity and truth. Queen of Heaven, protect their deliberations from pride, haste, and division, that they may always act for the good of the children entrusted to their care. Our Mother, wrap them in your mantle of peace, so that every decision may reflect the light of Christ and the hope of the gospel. May the Holy Spirit inspire them to serve with humility, to listen with compassion, and to act with justice. May their choices bear fruit that glorifies God and builds up the body of Christ in our schools. We place this meeting under the maternal protection of Mary, confident that she will lead them to the will of her Son, our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Deacon Sean. Moving now to our territorial acknowledgement. I would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather today is the land traditionally cared for by the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Nutra people. I also acknowledge the enduring presence and deep traditional knowledge, laws, and philosophies of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today. Now moving to the approval of the agenda. We have one amendment to the agenda. To add a double in camera, which would be the addition of 15.2. Can I get a mover of the agenda? Trustee Sikora? Oh.
There is a change required on the agenda. Item 5.4 is actually for approval, not just information.
Lean on the director to answer that question. Yeah. Okay, so it should be for approval. Okay, so then we will amend item 5.4 from information to approval. And then the other change I mentioned, add addition of 15.2, double in camera. Can I get a mover? Can I get a mover of the agenda?
Sorry, point of order. I would like to know why my trustee inquiry, which was sent on Sunday regarding an inquiry from October 7th that was responded to on October 10th, did not make it onto the agenda.
As per the email exchanges that went back and forth, the director asked for clarification of the question that you were asking as permitted by the bylaw.
That question could have come with the October 10th response. There was no question in the October 10th response, so I simply wanted to discuss the October 10th response in an open meeting, and I was denied. Why?
Great. Through you, Madam Chair, I just, we had clarified as well that I'd asked for a little extra time to collect the data that you had requested, and that I thought we were okay that it would be on the next agenda at the next meeting.
My preference would have been this meeting,
Yeah.
because then I could have asked for an actual timeline.
Right.
And we could have
Right, and-
actually had a more fulsome discussion than emails back and forth.
Trustee Stanley.
My monitoring of the exchange, Trustee Cuff did follow the procedure, and it is within our bylaws that her trustee inquiry should have been placed on this agenda. I did not see any requests for questions at the time. So I believe this, to comply with our bylaws, that trustee inquiry should have made it onto this agenda, which is her right as a trustee.
Trustee Cuff asked for this to be placed on the agenda on October 19th. I confirmed that same day that it would be placed on the agenda. And everyone was copied on that email. Director Verano came after and said she was not clear on the question that was being asked of her as per our bylaw. She asked Trustee Cuff to provide the question, to which we didn't receive a response. I also asked her to provide clarification on the question, to which we didn't receive a response. And that is the reason why it is not on the agenda this evening. It has already been approved to go on the agenda. I said it would go on the agenda. We did not have the question in time to place it on this agenda.
The question was received on October 7th, though. On October 10th, I received a response from Director Verano, not questions on my question. The questions came after I requested on the agenda and after you already said that it would go onto the agenda.
I cannot be responsible if the director does not understand the question. She's entitled to ask that question as per our bylaw.
That could have been done on October 10th. I sent the questions October 7th. October 10th, when the response was provided by Director Verano, which is what I wanted to discuss here, there were no questions. There were no clarifying questions. There was only answers. So I see no reason why it couldn't have been included in this agenda.
You sent an email saying, I would like this to be placed as a trustee inquiry. You did not actually ask any questions at that time. You said you'd like it placed as a trustee inquiry. So
I placed the email exchange that had happened. The email exchange itself was the trustee inquiry. The question I sent on October, I don't know why it cut out. The email I sent on October 2nd.
Through you, Madam Chair, sorry, and I just want to clarify, Trustee Cuff. So I just needed a bit of clarification because I asked for a little bit of extra time. The only question that I wasn't able to answer thoroughly was the data question that you had had as part of it. So I had sent a clarification email to ask if that was what, and I remember I had indicated the questions that you had asked, and I asked if I could have a little bit more time to collect the information. And you had, I thought, agreed that we would put it on the next agenda for the next meeting, so I could provide that information to you, which I am looking, we are very close to collecting that information. It's just not, the data collection that you requested is not as clear cut sometimes in the schools. So we have had an audit, actually. We've been undergoing this for quite some time to try and collect more accurate information. So I'm just trying to get you the most accurate information. So I apologize if there was a misunderstanding. I did respond to you to ask a couple clarifying questions as to what the inquiry was regarding. And I knew I didn't have that piece of information for you, which was why I asked for a bit more time. I mean, and we can, whichever way you want to move forward, I'm fine.
Trustee Cuff, I've agreed it can go on the agenda. We've had some exchanges, and Director Rano is working on that. I'm going to suggest we move on, and it is placed on the next agenda as per your email that you had acknowledged. Okay, can I get a mover of the agenda as amended? Trustee Guerin. Trustee Doherty Masters. Do you have consensus? Thank you very much. Moving now to the items for action. The items for action arising from the triple in-camera meeting of Monday, June 23rd regarding HRS matters. Can I get a mover of that motion? Trustee Stanley and Trustee Francis. Do I have consensus? Okay, thank you very much. Moving now to the consent agenda. In the minutes from September 22nd, there were a couple of minor adjustments that we need to make that were just discovered. So on page 2, under 2025-139, under the recorded vote, there is a typo in the number of trustees. It says, it lists the 2 trustees, but only says 1. So that should say 2. And then moving to the other, I don't, yes, I have the other. It is under 2025-149. We missed adding the name of Trustee Cuff to the recorded vote. So with those amendments, I am asking for approval of, Trustee Sikora.
Point of order. Was she in favor or opposed?
That goes in favor under that section.
Okay.
Can I get approval of the consent agenda? A mover of that motion, please. Trustee Sikora, Trustee Weiler, do we have consensus? Okay, thank you very much. Moving now to the delegations portion of the evening. Delegates will have 10 minutes, and just a reminder, you need to follow the script as submitted. Okay, thank you very much. We will call Dylan Ganigoda. Sorry if I said your name incorrectly.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for giving me opportunity to discuss today Whole Rosary Pension Program delegation. On Thanksgiving Day, message from Annalisa, an interim director WCDSB, creating opportunities where the Christ love is made visible and where every child feels seen, supported, and inspired by reach their full potential. I'm Dylan Ganegoda. My son is Horosary School and my son and daughter is Pench Immersion Program in my son. I'm working at Seagull Village at University as a Director of Environmental Service. My direct experience was 25 years in village and our community. In my opinion as a director, we never make our decision. We do gather information, ideas, success stories, experience, and many more. I do listen to others' voices, but best result which effective positively to others. Follow policies and procedure at village, which was not done by the director of Waterloo District Catholic School Board. If you have any question time, you can ask me what we did in making decision as the director of Seagull Village, us. In September 21st, 2025 was the day we got notification from the parents how Waterloo WCDSB made a decision to relocate Holy Rosary School French immersion to St. Nick. I do feel there is no more explanation needed for board about this unsuccessful decision. All parents were sending emails concerning our throat to WCDSB, ministry, and whoever is the responsible party for the children education. Parents are stressed out, sleepless night, unhappy and emotionally alone every day, thinking every second of life how to plan their tomorrow and kids' education. I would like to share our life all of you to understand how plan our life with kids for the next couple of years until we kids grow up. We moved to Toronto, most of them, I believe, is in your parents, with our plan. The 5 years ago, school is very convenient to us. Walking distance is 1 minute. I'm the neighbor of this school, and my wife working. We have a life plan, and my wife working 6 a.m. shift, and I'm the one dropping the kids at 8:15 and school. After that I'm going to school. I pick up the kids. I'm just shorting this most of the thing because everybody knows that one. I'm going to be shorted like some stories here. I have 10 things and I'm going to go one by one. I'm going to sum up. Everybody knows. Then I'm going to repeat again and again. As per WCSDB, to resolve our capacity, move 141 students from whole residential to NICS. It will make a few space this year as per students are not moving, including my kids. What is the solution for next 2-3 years? Reduce our capacity. Because we little bit move and it's not going to be long-term solution for our capacity. Number 2, St. Nick's parents are not aware of what happened in the school and no proper communication between parents and WDCSB. Parent thinking St. Nick's only they are going to get the French immersion program and they doesn't have any idea they're going to move our 141 students to St. Nick's. Third one, there was any implementation when St. John School students moved to the Whole Rosary in 2023 with more than 5 school bus and portables. Now here we are after 2 years, school is over capacity. How about 2027? 2023 move, then now 2025, our kids going to go into move. Then after next 2 years, what's going to be happen? How about the 2027 we are going to be move kids? Because this happening after 2 years, some rotations at St. Nick's will be continue. Next St. Nick will be over capacity. Our kids are not baseball are to move around school. Our kids not be baseball, please, to move around the school. Add-in portable are costly with Ministry of Education funding a temporary solution instead of the permanent solution for the future of country. I do feel few portables are more costly than one permanent building. As per report, there is no busing to St. Nick's school for the kids and bell time is too late. Take extra 40 minutes for our kids. It's for the day, like 1 hour and 20 minutes. And our kids are already planned for the after school program, what's going to happen, that everything. Number 4, it is relocation continue after 2-3 years, what will be the solution for the growing population at the community needing of school? Example of our Westvale committee, they have built up like 10-story 2 building. What's your plan for that school kids? That's building kids. Question number 5, if the school is not only Catholic, why is there 2 school board to manage the school? What is the government spending millions on millions of the staff member 2 boards is not following Catholic and non-Catholic? Will be suitable 1 school board because it's now Catholic school board open to the non-Catholic student. I think our appeal, parents ask, we don't need to do school board. 1 school board enough because Catholic school board not give priority to our Catholic student. I'm not against any religions, but I do feel, and my neighbors, my community feel, we have to give more priority Catholic school, Catholic student. Concerned with aftercare, library at a school, gym and playground and toilet facility for all new moving kids and increase in capacity at St. Nick's. So need to clarify kids access to toilet in the winter time. Who is associated with their priority clothing and remaining safely? What is the priority to library, gym and toilet at school per accommodation? Before process is a transparency or accountability. It took place. Did the school board follow the policy and procedure? Did they completely any survey with community, school team and the parents? Did they consider prevent voice of very important aspect kids are belongs to parents and kids are the main role in the school. Board which was unrecognized because board say our kids are like optional. That's what the last open house. Those kids are given the opportunity to have a high quality employment for life. If there are no school, what will happen in future? No future school board without children, which is very unfortunate. 9. At the end, WCDSB will be pale with the decision. As per parents, we are not moving most of our kids from Horror Rosary to St. Nick. When we kids are in the Horror Rosary, what will happen to St. Nick's bench immersion with Holy Rosary with only few students in each classroom? Do you combine the class, which is not suitable for kids' education? They are in various age group of education will break up. There will be huge gap with education. How you can fill this gap? What happened kid in future education? Like example, like second grade 2 and 3 and 4, like few whole rosary student move to that St. Nick's, it's not enough to 1 classroom. You're going to combine that classroom? That's what my question. In this worst decision ever made by WCDSB and never going to be success, and you will be responsible for our kids' life and education. We will stand for our kids and your share won't be same by next year. As a parents in Whole Rosary and St. Nick, we are strongly disagree with your decision and we need proper solution and boundary review and program review to guide a proper pathway. I'm going to go now with our suggestion for the boundary review. There are solutions to overcapacity at Whole Rosary that must be explained through the boundary review policy APF 017. The proposed solution is alignment with your 2024 and 2024 LTAP that identify as a boundary review of the specific planning review area E02, E03, and E04. You continue decide fully limit of scope of possible boundary review only to planning area E04 and E06. When you, okay, thank you.
Are there any questions? Yep. Are there any clarifying questions from trustees regarding the presentation? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, calling on Brandon Deere.
Sorry, does it beep just 1 minute before as a warning? Is that the way it does? They're a little pre. Sure, yeah, just in case. I should be good. I timed it for 8.5 minutes. Thank you. Thanks. The title of my delegation is Holy Rosary French Immersion Parent Survey Results. Good evening, Director, Chair, trustees, and members of the board staff. My name is Brandon, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Holy Rosary French Immersion parent community. I'm here to share 2 stories about the French Immersion program of Holy Rosary with everyone so we can see how they compare to one another. The first story was told by the WCDSB staff. They saw that Holy Rosary was over capacity, and so behind closed doors, they made a plan. The plan was to move the French immersion program to St. Nicholas. On paper, it sounds enticing. The whole program of students moved as one unified group to continue their French education, and Holy Rosary is spared from the overcapacity issue. Let's remember this fairy tale story for later. The second story I wish to tell is a data-driven story from the parents of our French immersion children. Our parent community created and distributed a survey to every French immersion family at Holy Rosary. The time frame for collecting data was less than a week in order to have this data ready for today. The response rate was overwhelming. 60% of all families participated. The results offer powerful insight to who we are and what's at stake. Our story begins with why we're here in the first place. We're here because we felt that our voices have not been heard. Our survey specifically asked whether parents felt their voices had been heard in this process, and the result was sobering. When asked to respond to the statement, quote, "I feel that parent voices have been adequately considered in decisions about the French immersion program," end quote. Only 2 families agreed. 58 families, the majority, disagreed. Let me share some more of what we've learned about our French immersion community. Approximately 1 in 3 families has a younger child who would be eligible to join the French immersion program. 12 of those children are in JK, 3 in SK, and 6 are not yet school age. Some of the youngest are just 2 years old. In other words, this isn't just about children in classrooms today, it's about the generations that are going to follow them with this community. From our data, 53% of families live within the Holy Rosary English boundary, while 44% do not, and 3% of parent respondents are unsure. Only 3 families are actually zoned for St. Nicholas, the proposed relocation site. Currently, 41.8% of students walk to school. If the board proceeds with this relocation, you would remove that entirely. Those daily walks, those moments of independence, the sense of community, gone. Our survey showed that just over 50% of French immersion students are driven by car each day to school. And while it may appear like an easy transition to just drive those students to St. Nicholas, the bell time at St. Nick's is an hour in the future. And I don't drive a DeLorean that could get my kid to school and transport me back in time for work. Which brings me to childcare. Our survey indicated that 35.3% of families would require before and or after school care. Childcare wait lists are long and can take a year or longer to secure spaces. Relocating students without a childcare solution would leave working families with impossible choices for next September. I myself would require before school care, and since I also have a younger child who we hope to bring up in the French immersion program, my wife and I are now faced with the potential childcare costs for the next decade. A choice we never thought we'd have to consider when our daughter started grade 1 just this September. Our survey also asked parents whether parents would keep their children in the French immersion program, and if not, where they plan to send them. We made projections based on the 60% sample size to try and accurately portray what parents are planning to do, assuming our results are representative of our sample, and if the board offered no additional supports, such as busing, and moved all grades, we could expect the following outcome. 57 French immersion students and their siblings, 17 siblings would stay and switch to the English stream at Holy Rosary. 45 French immersion students and 15 siblings would move to St. Nicholas. 5 French immersion students and 2 siblings would move to their home Catholic school. 20 French immersion students and 8 siblings would move to their home public board and attempt to enter the French immersion program there. 12 French immersion students and 5 siblings would seek alternative school options outside of the public and Catholic board. Based on these numbers and including the projected growth of 53 more students each year at Holy Rosary, there would only be 59 fewer students next September of 2026 at Holy Rosary. This would lead to maybe 2 or 3 fewer portables. However, WCDSB's projections show that this growth will continue, and in September of 2027, the projected 53 new students added, we're back to 7 to 8 portables, requiring a boundary review. Moving our attention to St. Nicholas, I will repeat that 45 current students plan to make the move and continue French immersion there. Across the 7 grades currently moving, which next year would represent grades 2 to 8, there would be an average of 6.4 students moving per grade. If classes are split into 2 grades, that means roughly 13 students, which questions the sustainability of the program. One of the solutions brought up by parents and acknowledged by the WCDSB staff was busing students to St. Nicholas. Our data shows that busing would have a significant impact on French immersion students and their siblings willing to move. Up to an additional 33 students and siblings would move if permanent busing was provided. The number dropped to only 14 additional students and siblings if the busing was deemed a short-term solution. If busing is a permanent fixture, split classes would likely be more sustainable, though class sizes would still be small. Our survey noted that up to 19 students would move to St. Nicholas if the school's start time was moved earlier. And I'm not here to advocate that St. Nick's changes their bell time, but simply want to show that bell time plays a role in why 19 families are unable to send their children to St. Nicholas. Now let's go back to the fairy tale story I mentioned not too long ago. The staff at WCDSB made a decision to move the French immersion program without stakeholder participation. They thought parents were ready and able to send their children all over to St. Nicholas as a unit, and we'd all live happily ever after. However, we now know that this fairy tale story will not come true. Our parental survey shows that many would not be able to send their children to St. Nick's, fracturing the French immersion program and creating small class sizes that would necessitate split grades. The portable situation at Holy Rosary would be fixed for a year with this decision, and then a boundary review would have to follow sometime after that. So it begs the question, why fracture the French immersion community, divide a community between 2 schools, and take away this great program for so many students for only a quick short-term gain? Longer-term solutions are needed. Finally, our survey asked what matters most to families, and the message was crystal clear. The top priorities were: number 1, staying connected with friends and family in the program. Number 2, proximity to home. Number 3, access to French language education. Number 4, the teachers we know and trust. And number 5, the sense of community and belonging that Holy Rosary provides. These are not just data points, these are values. These are the cornerstones of Catholic education: community, care, and connection. We urge you to listen to us. Our community wants to work with you, not against you. But to do that, we need communication, honesty, and respect. The Holy Rosary French immersion community deserves to be heard. Our children deserve stability. Our families deserve transparency. This is our data-driven story, and we hope that after listening to it, you'll rewrite your fairy tale story with real long-term solutions that keep a special community together and not fractured. Thank you for listening to our story.
Thank you. Are there any clarifying questions from trustees on the presentation? I think I saw you first, Trustee Phillips.
First off, thank you for this thing keeps turning off. I apologize. That was a very comprehensive survey, very impressive information. So thank you for bringing that forward. Was this a survey that the board had put together, and how did you facilitate it? Did most of the people participate in the survey from the board, if it was from the board?
So the survey was not sanctioned by the board or created by the board. It was created by our parent community, many of whom you see here today. And the way that it was facilitated is through two means. One, we have a private group that we speak through on WhatsApp. We communicate that, but not everyone's there. So we also created this Google form survey, which we all answered, and we made that available on a QR code and link that we printed and sent home with every student in the French immersion program in every grade. So family members were responsible for making sure that those papers got out. And within, I think it was 3 to 4 days, we got that 60% response rate.
Thank you very much. It was very helpful. Thank you.
Stanley.
Well, I want to thank you so much for your delegation. What would you say is the single most important piece of data that you derived from the survey that you facilitated?
So this is about the relocation to St. Nick's. The single probably most important piece of data that we collected was the amount of students that actually could go. And that parents were saying would be able to transport there. So when we looked at the numbers, it was 6.4 students moving per grade. And then the data that spoke to why that happened was mostly due to transportation. 53% of students, as I said in the delegation, live in the walking distance of Holy Rosary, or busing distance, if you will. And also the bell time at St. Nicholas was another challenge. So the idea here, I think, that needs to be asked by the board, and why it's important here, is that if this program is to be moved in the future, is it walkable, right? And is it a bell time that parents can make that is similar to Holy Rosary in that sense? So I think that's the biggest thing going forward, if there has to be a relocation of the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions from trustees? You may go ahead.
Your chair, thank you for your very fact-driven delegation. So I see in those values at the end that you mentioned access to French language education. I would be interested to know what percentage of families are planning for their children to continue studying French beyond the French immersion program, given that French does occupy one elective each year in high school. So my question to you is, do you believe remaining in the French immersion stream is worthwhile if French is not a long-term priority for students once they move outside of the program?
To clarify, you mean once they move out of, say, if they finished up to grade 12, like would it?
So once they move past grade 8, if French is no longer a priority because they don't want to use the elective in high school, do you believe remaining in the French immersion during the elementary years, do you believe it be like usable or?
Sure.
Sorry, hold on. The question needs to relate to what he presented. So unfortunately, that wouldn't be something that was in his delegation. So I'm sorry, I'm going to have to. It has to be a clarifying question to what he presented.
Sorry, I just wanted to say, in his delegation, he mentioned the importance of he mentioned in his delegation the importance of the French immersion program. So personally, I feel that her question does relate to it, but maybe she missed that element in the beginning of mentioning how he was mentioning the importance of the program. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt or be rude. I just wanted to say that I do think her question is relevant.
So through you, Madam Chair, I'm just going to add on to that point, Trustee Girlametto. And you might not be aware of that we do offer French immersion in secondary. It's not at all of our schools. Currently, it's just been piloted. It's just entered into St. Benedict's, and it's also been entered into the grade 9 at St. David's. It would be moving over to the 7 to 12 school. So just for your awareness that we do have it, but it's just not in all of our high schools. But you're right. If you're entering into a high school that does not have French immersion, you would just be selecting the 1 credit per year.
Trustee Phillips, I'll appreciate the extra context there. So you may proceed. And if you need a repeat of the question, we can do that.
I can
Okay.
answer it. That's fine. Yep. I can speak on behalf of myself for sure. So sending my daughter into the French immersion program, we value the French language education that comes from that. I don't think that would be a far cry from all the other parents here. That French is the top priority for us if we're putting them into that program. But speaking for myself personally, even if my daughter did not attend beyond grade 8, the skills learned there in a second language are absolutely important to me as a parent. So yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Calling now on Kelly Great Treks.
Short girl problems. Hello, I'm Kelly Graytrex, and I am the parent sponsor for this video delegation. So student delegate number 1. Bonjour, je m'appelle student delegate number 1. I'm in grade 4 French immersion at Holy Rosary School, and I want to tell you why you shouldn't move the French immersion program away from Holy Rosary. I really love all of my friends in my class. They have been my friends for a long time, and I would be sad to lose any of them. I really love my teachers. They make school so much fun and they really care about us. I would be very sad to not see them anymore. Also, I have a sister in senior kindergarten named Blank. She has autism and it would make me sad if I had to switch school and not be with her. She just started to love going to school after a very hard first year. With the help of amazing teachers, support staff, she is now adjusted and is happy to come to school. So you are asking me to either give up French, which I love, my friends and my teachers, or you're asking me to leave my sister, which I do not want to do. Please reconsider this move as it doesn't solve a problem, but only makes many more. Merci. Student delegate number 2. I'm student delegate number 2 in grade 2 at Holy Rosary. That's my school, and this is my home, so they're right next door. My sister is in SK. I love learning French, and now I can read and write in French. My mom said I have to stop French immersion because of the new school in 2026. It's too far and it starts late. My mom or dad can't take me to school. I feel so sad that I won't be able to learn French. Please keep us at Holy Rosary with French immersion. Love my teachers, friends, and neighbors. They are my family. Thank you and merci beaucoup. Student delegate number 3. Hello, board meeting members. My name is student delegate number 3, and I'm in 7th grade. I'm here to talk to you a bit about my personal thoughts on your idea to move the French immersion program to another school. Not only do I think this is unfair, I don't think you realize that moving schools will disrupt already made routines for families. For example, my sister is at the university and her school starts at 8:30 while St. Nicholas School starts at 9:15, which isn't efficient, and I know many parents will agree. You say your plan would work for the overpopulation and keeping the kids together. Both plans will fail. First, keeping the kids together will not work because many parents won't be able to keep up with the routine and plans and might have to transfer their kids to another school, meaning you are forcing others to be flexible enough to work with your idea, which you did not consult others. Second, the overpopulation program makes no sense. Sending us to another school which is already populated with kids, but not as populated isn't going to work because what will happen when that school gets populated? Will you send us again to another school? If yes, is your plan really helping that problem? Now, all things aside, how will this affect us psychologically? Sending us, especially to the grade 7s, will be stressful for our minds, figuring out where to go, new teachers, new faces, since we only have 2 years left before getting sent yet again to another school for high school. Now, is this really what you want to do? If you're part of the school board, your plans and ideas should help us grow and achieve our many possibilities. From my perspective, this seems like you haven't thought this far ahead. I know this will affect me because you are stripping away at the class I have had for 5 years. I'm supposed to accept the fact that we will be split up because of an idea you had and that all of us must obey. Student delegate number 4. Hello, everyone. My name is student delegate number 4. Bonjour à tous. Je m'appelle. Student delegate number 4. I feel nervous and upset since the day I heard about this news. The board is moving our French immersion classes to St. Nicholas. I'm a gymnast and my school timings really help me juggle through both my school and training perfectly. Unfortunately, moving to a different school will disrupt my passion for learning French and my practices. I am forced to make this dreadful choice of leaving my love for French and move over to the English stream. Uprooting a healthy tree and moving it to a new location will only cause destruction to the ecosystem. Please reconsider moving this successful program from Holy Rosary. We love our teachers, we love our friends, and we all progress together each year. I'd love to be a part of this beautiful community and the school. Thank you for listening. Merci d'avoir écouté. Student delegate number 5. Bonjour, je m'appelle student delegate number 5 et je suis dans la 7e année. I have been at the school since grade 1 and I've met so many amazing people here. And it really pains me to hear that the WCDSB is thinking of moving the program to St. Nicholas. It would break me to leave the people at school with who I am so close with. For example, my classmates and I have a close bond, and moving us would not only be hard for us, but it would be also hard for our parents. I have 3 siblings and 2 of them have autism, and it has been a hard time for them trying to adapt and learn. My brother, who is in grade 2, is finally just starting to speak a bit more French, and my other sister, who is in grade 1, has just started this year and has not learned much yet, but we are hoping that she gets the chance to learn French and to have that opportunity in the future. Myself, along with my siblings, and I have had the same teachers. They know us so well, and we have a close bond with them. Not only that, but if WCDSB does make the choice to move the French immersion program to St. Nicholas, then it would take about 30 minutes to drive to school because we are out of district. We already have to drive about 15 minutes to school for school daily, and driving that far to school every day would be hard on my family, especially my parents. I hope the school board can find it in their hearts to not move the program because it would affect so many families who at the moment can't handle that. I hope they can think about the people first instead of thinking only about overpopulation because they know we aren't the ones to blame. Student delegate number 6. Salut, board members. Je m'appelle student delegate number 6 et je suis dans la French immersion 7e classe dans Holy Rosary. I've been attending Holy Rosary since grade 1 in the French immersion program. I have been with the same group of students for 7 years, and as an only child, my classmates are more like siblings. Your plan to move the French immersion program to St. Nicholas will only rip apart my class, but also many others, as many of my classmates and friends have indicated in the survey that they can't make St. Nicholas work, me included. So the proposed plan of keeping all FI students together is not going to work. This also means that myself and many of my classmates will have to choose between French immersion and their community faith-based school. This is wrong and unfair in so many ways. As well, I plan to continue French in high school, so the WCDSB is forcing me to choose between French and faith, as well as impacting my future. Not only will the move be hard for all of the French immersion students, but also not having the familiar faces of teachers at their new school will make the move even harder and more stressful. On a personal note, the teachers at Holy Rosary have really shaped my personality and me as a person and have guided me through so many things, and to move away from them would be really heartbreaking. There are so many things that are wrong with the decision that negatively affects the Holy Rosary French immersion family. For me personally, the proposed move to St. Nicholas means that my current commute time of 12 minutes doubles to 25. Doing this twice a day means it takes almost an hour every day for me to get to and from school. The change from an 8:30 start to a 9:15 start is also challenging for my family and many others. Both my parents work full-time and their workdays begin at 8:30. Currently, they have flexibility in their job schedule, but that will be changing in January 2026, and they will not be able to make a 9:15 start time work. Please take our feelings and lives into consideration. We are people, not property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from trustees? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Calling on sorry if I'm saying your name wrong, Janelle Kuntz.
Good evening, members of the board, trustees, concerned parents, and community members. My name is Janelle, and I am one of the many concerned Holy Rosary parents. This has been a very difficult speech to write. Difficult because it means so much to so many of us. Difficult because it has to do with our children's education, their futures, and their well-being. All things we want the Waterloo Catholic District School Board to care about too. We are tired, emotionally and physically. Over the last month, the issue of relocating French immersion has taken a real toll on us. We've lost sleep, we've lost time with our families and our children, we've taken time away from our jobs, time that has cost us financially and personally, all because we've been forced to fight for something that should had never required a fight. Our children's right to a stable, faith-based education in their own community. We are struggling to maintain confidence that those leading our board are putting our children's best interests first. Too often, information feels incomplete, decisions feel predetermined, and explanations don't line up with the reality we are seeing in the classrooms. When communication breaks down, trust breaks down too. There is no doubt that Kitchener-Waterloo is in crises. Our schools are operating over capacity. Our children are learning in crowded spaces, and our educators are doing everything they can under impossible conditions. Yet, the board continues to enroll large numbers of non-Catholic students, while Catholic families are being displaced or redirected elsewhere. This is not inclusion, it is imbalance. We are not asking for exclusion or division. We are asking for fairness, transparency, and integrity. This is not about closing doors or turning people away. It is about ensuring that the system works as it was intended to, and that every child inside our school receives the education, care, and attention that they deserve and were told they could have. These decisions that you make should protect the quality and identity of Catholic education for the children it was meant to serve. So why is enrollment still being encouraged? It cannot continue this way. We beg of you to put the children first and not your profit margins. Do not use our children as collateral to gain more funding for other projects, please. Right now, parents are losing faith, not in Catholic education itself, but in the leadership that governs it. And we are scared. If you move forward with this decision, this sets a precedence for future instability within this system. We need honesty, and we need genuine engagement. We need to feel that you're listening, that our concerns matter, and that our children's well-being is guiding your decisions. But how can we feel that way when you say we are over capacity, but you keep enrolling new students every day? Consistency and community matter deeply to children and to teenagers. When they are uprooted, when friendships are separated, when sense of belonging is disrupted, it affects their mental health, their confidence, and their faith in the system around them. These things are important together. but even just one of these things being affected could be the difference in a person's existence. The loss of peer relationships is an inevitable consequence of removing French immersion from Holy Rosary. Friendships and peer support systems are crucial for emotional development. Displacement can lead to isolation, anxiety, and behavioral issues. In a time when we see the needs for support of our kids' mental health higher than ever, we should bring them stability, not stress. Not stress that can damage their sense of identity and safety. It's also significant to note that when children are forced to move schools, their academic performance is negatively affected due to the disruptions on social networks, routine, and learning environments. What we are fighting for is not politics. It's stability, trust, and the lives of our children. I have grown up here in Waterloo. I went to Sregerbauer and to St. David's. I have been blessed beyond measure to walk those halls with the same people I walk through life with. People who have made a real impact and difference in my life. People who cared about my life, maybe when I didn't care enough about my own. I cannot imagine my life without them. These are the friendships that children start in elementary school. These are the kids in our neighborhood, the ones we wave at and giggle with at church, the ones that can see you through challenging times because they know you. They are not just numbers, they are human lives. Removing French immersion and ruining this community and all that these children have built will absolutely negatively impact their lives, maybe their actual life in the future. I want to take a moment to thank the incredible parents, teachers, and community members who have stood up, spoken out, and have supported each other through this difficult time. It has often felt like the Waterloo Catholic District School Board has tried to dismantle our sense of community, dividing schools, making decisions that pull families apart, but we have been there for each other. Parents and teachers, you have shown great leadership and care for the children. All we want is to protect our Catholic education, our French immersion community, and our children. We are asking you to please listen. Be honest with us. Work with us. Rebuild the trust that has been lost, because our children deserve better, and we as parents will never stop fighting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from trustees? Trustee Phillips.
Thank you for your presentation. I had a question. In your delegation, you mentioned that a lot of people felt scared and had a sense of fear. Can you elaborate more about what you meant about that and that sense of fear, where that's coming from and so forth?
Absolutely. I think essentially a big part of our children's lives are in your hands, and that's a really big responsibility. And over this whole situation, we feel that that's not being taken possibly seriously as it could be. After the open house, we felt very demeaned. We certainly didn't feel listened to. It was really upsetting and hurtful. It was an awful thing to go through. And I'm not for one second implying that anybody in this board would do what happened in the Brant board. But just hearing those things that people are using money, allocating money towards trips, $100,000 towards artwork, it's not helping our children. We want to know, where's the money going? Artwork is not stopping children from being hurt on the schoolyard. Supervisors do that, people do that. Making sure that the schools are where they need to be number-wise. Again, it's a very big, scary job. Kitchener-Waterloo is booming, and that's really difficult. But then to hear those things, or to feel like there's not transparency when we ask the questions, it's really scary. We don't know what's happening. And when we ask, when we dig, it's like we get these little pushed aside answers, and yeah, it makes me feel very scared.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Steve Stanley.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Obviously, I think that the main theme of your delegation was the importance of stability. So I was wondering, if we go back, when you first entered the program, were you ever informed that it was a potential that the program could be moved, that the education could be interrupted in that form?
Not once. No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving along now to item 5.1. Turn it over to Director Garano.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to begin by just acknowledging all of those that are in attendance tonight from our Holy Rosary and possibly our St. Nicholas communities, as well as our community members. So as you know from our communication earlier last week, we have decided to pause the proposed relocation of the French immersion program from Holy Rosary to St. Nicholas. And this decision came after carefully listening to the extensive feedback we received through surveys, through our open house, and directly from our families. So your voices shaped this outcome, and we heard you. I also want to take a moment to recognize our staff, who've worked tremendously hard throughout this process. They accepted all feedback with professionalism and care, answered all of your questions, addressed concerns with dedication and thoughtfulness, and their commitment to our families and our community has been exceptional. This experience has reinforced something fundamental about WCDSB. We are strengthened when we work together, and we are at our best when we truly listen to our community. Moving forward, a staff report will be presented to trustees in the coming months, recommending that a comprehensive boundary review process be approved. This boundary review will include Holy Rosary programs and other nearby schools. The review will take place, we're hoping, in the spring. We'll follow the framework outlined in the APF 017, ensuring multiple opportunities for community engagement and input are present. Any decisions resulting from this review will take effect likely in September of 2027. Our shared goal is to support all students and strengthen our student school communities. That goal is only possible when we work together with understanding and mutual respect. As we move forward, I'm confident we can maintain the kind of thoughtful dialogue that leads to the best outcomes for our students and our families. We may not always agree, but when we engage with one another constructively, we demonstrate the very values we hope to instill in our children. Thank you for your continued engagement and your patience and your partnership in this work.
Thank you. Are there any questions from trustees? Seeing none, thank you very much. Moving now to the multi-year strategic plan.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. We do have Josh Fullen with us up online on the screen, and we are excited this evening to present our final draft of the multi-year strategic plan for approval. I'm going to turn things over to Josh Fullen, who is up on our screen. Josh, can you hear us?
I hear you. Thank you, Chair. We are very excited to present the new multi-year strategic plan for the Waterloo Catholic District School Board. Just before I get into the slides and the content of the plan, I'll just say three things about the plan, and these are the goals we set out when we work with boards on creating them. This plan is educationally defensible. It is operationally possible. It is uniquely Waterloo Catholic's plan. It is reflected by extensive community consultation and listening to community members. And very importantly, I think when you see the content of the plan, you'll see that you can draw a direct line from it to the classroom. Moving on into my slides, just want to set up sort of the structure of the presentation. I'll share some of the feedback from the final draft presentation and then get directly into the content of the new plan. So these slides show the new multi-year strategic plan for 2025 to 2029. And just pausing here for a moment to show how we listened to the feedback from the last session, how it was incorporated, and just closing the feedback loop on the items that were raised when we presented the final draft of the plan on October 6th. So many of the comments from the board, from the committee of the whole, spoke to the clarity of the language in the plan then and really affirmed that community priorities were well reflected in the content. There was a suggestion to add excellence under learning to address the very important quality academic program, and that has since been added. There was another suggestion to revisit the mission statement at a later date, and specifically language around transforming God's world. There were questions about the implementation, the monitoring, the graphic design, and the communication of the plan, and that work is taking place in parallel, being worked on by staff. So what you see tonight is the content, and the rest of those sort of parallel pieces, the monitoring methodology, the tracking, the graphic design, that will be shared at a later date. There was also discussion around the length of the term, 4 or 5 years for the plan. And a quick note about the consultation record. It was broad and it was deep. It was led by trustees and senior staff, and it engaged over 5,300 participants through surveys, facilitated sessions, and student activities. Now, just to sort of share the framework of the plan, this is how we structure the plans for school boards. We like to see a mission statement, a vision statement, and values. Those are things that we didn't work on as part of this process, but that exist and guide the work, because you want to see a through line from those things into the things we did develop, which are the strategic priorities or pillars. There are 3 of those, which is a good number, a small, ambitious number. There are we statements that provide clarity and shared responsibility for each of the priorities. And then the strategic objectives are the sort of the bullet points that nest under the priorities and operationalize the plan. And here you have the 3 strategic priorities or pillars: learning, serving, and belonging. You'll see at the center, the foundation is faith. And just keep in mind, this is a conceptual diagram, not the final design, but it is meant to represent that these things are overlapping, part of an ecosystem, and mutually reinforcing. So learning, serving, and belonging. And we have the we statements that sit under them. For learning, it is we set high expectations and challenge learners. For serving, it is we listen and serve in education and faith. You'll find that connects very well to the board's pastoral plan. And then for belonging, we foster meaningful connections for staff and students. And for each of the 3 priorities, we have strategic objectives. I'm going to read these out loud because I think they're worth hearing in this forum. For learning, we have support multiple pathways and tools for success. We have accelerate excellence and innovation while building transferable future-ready skills. Engage students as co-creators in their learning. Transform learning through leadership and staff support and development. For serving, we have celebrate and promote our distinct Catholic identity, develop faith and live gospel values, strengthen connections between home, school, and parish, connect faith formation to learning. Belonging, create safe, welcoming environments that reflect our diversity, promote a sense of mattering and dignity, foster equitable, inclusive, and barrier-free learning and work environments, engage families, and build community partnerships. And here you have sort of an omnibus slide or an aggregate slide that captures the 3 priorities, the 12 strategic objectives, and that is the new multi-year strategic plan for the Waterloo Catholic School Board. And I'll turn it over to you, Madam Chair, for any questions. I'm happy to answer them. And Todd Harrison is here with me, who worked on the plan extensively, and he can certainly support any answers that I give as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions from trustees? Trustee Phillips.
I don't know if this is considered more of a question or comments, but I wanted to say that I'm very impressed with all the work that you've put into this. I feel that a lot of work was put in. You got a lot of feedback. You also heard the feedback from the board, and I'm very impressed. I'm excited to see this new plan implemented. And yeah, I just wanted to give some positive feedback. This is great.
I appreciate those comments, Trustee Phillips, and I share your excitement for the new plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustee Weiler.
Through you, Chair. I would like to also echo thank you for the report and the presentation on the strategic plan. I was excited to see the level of engagement from all of our extended community. And of course, we had sessions here at the board. The only question I had to ask in the board report towards the end, it said at the midpoint and conclusion of the term of the MYSP, staff will conduct surveys with our stakeholders. I think we, as per policy, we are required to actually do an annual survey of the MYSP. So I just wanted to clarify that point, that will still be happening, even though there may be a formal review at the midpoint and conclusion, just to confirm that the annual review to our community will still happen.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. Yes, that would be the report card that you're referring to, and yes, that would still be occurring.
Through you, Chair, it is also questions to the community as well.
Yeah, with the engagement.
With the engagement part of it. So I just didn't want to lose that on an annual basis by putting a broader cadence with this maybe more formal report.
Are there any other questions? Trustee Sikora.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's a fairly simple question. The question for 5 years, from what I read, it's 2025 to 2029. So that is just 4 years we're looking at, correct?
Correct. Through you, Madam Chair. We did have a conversation and just took your feedback, and it seemed that 4 years seemed to be more desirable for the plan, but that is certainly up to your discretion and your vote.
Stanley.
Just to follow up on my previous two colleagues' questions regarding reviewing the plan in the future and also the timeline, I was wondering whether there was any additional clarity that has been found on our ability to revisit this, and to what degree that is, to what degree we can revisit this. Perhaps also, is that something that boards routinely do, or is that a rare and exceptional thing to do? I'd asked last meeting whether there was anything in the Education Act that prohibits us from revisiting this if it's required. So I was just wondering whether any additional clarity had been derived on those questions.
Yeah, I appreciate the question, and I do recall that coming up at the last meeting. You know, the Education Act is fairly terse in its language around multi-year plans. It doesn't include too much language around the specificity. The minimum is 3 years. Certainly, we have seen examples of boards adapting their plans midstream. So during the pandemic, we worked with a number of boards who adjusted their plans midstream. You know, and you would have to sort of speak to, I think, a governance expert to get clarity on what's permitted and what isn't permitted. So that I hope helps you, gives some help to your question, Trustee. There isn't, as I said, there isn't much in the Education Act that specifies these actions around multi-year plans, but we have certainly seen them adapted in other instances under exceptional circumstances, such as the COVID-19 pandemic. Does that help?
Yes, it does. I appreciate the extra detail you provided. Thank you.
Trustee Weiler.
Through you, Chair, just to add to that conversation, I think if we saw
in the annual feedback, Trustee Stanley, that there was something material that we needed to add as a strategic objective or something like that when it came from that feedback? Or does it align with it and we're on the right track? I think that's the point of the sort of the annual check-in, so that we do have that, okay, no, we're on track, or there's something here that's materially different that maybe we want to consider and have conversation about how to integrate it.
Just to follow up, Trustee Weiler, do you know if the previous board ever changed anything about its previous MYSP?
From the annual feedback, no, but from the COVID-19, the current plan was paused to do no harm while we were working on the COVID pieces. So that's the only time in my tenure that I've seen it change from what it was before, not on the annual, but it's not to say that it couldn't.
Yeah.
Any other questions from trustees? Okay, thank you very much. Moving on then. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Page 34.
Okay. The motion that needs to be moved, can the board, the motion is the recommendation that the board approve the multi-year strategic plan for 2025 to 2029 as presented. Can I get a mover of that motion?
I just wanted to bring forth the comment that I'm okay with putting this forward as a 5-year plan. I'm not seeing anything really wrong with it. I like the idea that if there is any concerns in the future, we can alter it. But as I see it now, I would like to put it forward as a motion for 5 years, if that's possible.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Yes, it certainly is possible. We had talked about, and we went back and forth on the 5-year versus the 4-year for quite some time. So it's the will of the group, if they would wanted to the plan to be approved for a 4-year or a 5-year duration, knowing that there could be, again, we're always revisiting it annually, but it certainly is the will of the group. So I'm not sure how we want to move forward if it is on the table as a 4-year, but if we wanted to move, is there other, did you want to? No, it hasn't yet.
We could change it. Trustee Sikora.
Through you, Madam Chair. With all the growth and everything happening in our board and so much going on, I'm not sure we want to go for a 5-year program. I would prefer to stick with the 4 as envisioned.
Trustee Phillips.
I do understand Trustee Sikora's comments. The only thing I would say, though, that I don't see anything in the MYSP plan that would change much with a change in the demographics and students, because we know we do have a Catholic identity. We are a Catholic school board, and I think that no matter what the change is in population and so forth, I think that these values are true through and through. And I'm not opposed to that. So I would like to, when it's possible, I'd like to move the first motion for 5 years.
Stanley, did you have something?
I was just curious whether we could defer that element to later in December, for example, because it's a it perhaps needs some more thought from all trustees. And it's not going to change fundamentally the plan as it's presented, I don't think.
Through you, Madam Chair, are you suggesting that we postpone the approval of the plan entirely at this point?
No, not the whole plan, just the implementation.
Just the 4 or
dates.
5 year?
Yeah.
Are there any comments from, I guess, do you have a comment first, Director Verano? Like,
Actually, I wouldn't mind, Josh, if you had a couple comments to say. I know we had talked extensively about 4 or 5, so if I don't, if you wanted to share some of those thoughts.
Sure, and I'm not sure how helpful my comments will be. We recommend a minimum of 4 years because we think that's long. That's the term you want to see impact from the implementation. The difference between 4 or 5, I would suggest, is not tremendous in terms of tracking and monitoring and implementation. And we sort of leave that up to you folks to make the decision. We think 3 years is too short, even though the sort of the minimum baseline for these plans is 3 years. 4 years would be fine. 5 would also be fine. If that is the horizon you want to track the implementation. When you think about the term, what you want to think about is, will there be stability in the leadership of the board at that time? Casting ahead as best as you can in terms of predicting what is ahead. Will there be stability in the organization? You don't want to do a strategic plan exercise during a period of tremendous change. You want there to be some stability. So if you're thinking ahead and there's a term that is coming up for leadership teams, you want to avoid doing the strategic plan exercise when that change is occurring. So maybe if there's a new term, a new leadership term, you might want to wait a year and then do the new strategic planning exercise. But 4 or 5 years is really it's really up to you folks. And both are good depending on the circumstances and the context. So I know that's not maybe the definitive answer you want, but I hope it gives you some direction around it.
Trustee Phillips.
Through the chair, I think because we have the freedom of making changes in the future, if there are dramatic changes, because I mean, none of us can tell the future. I think that gives me a little bit of comfort going forward as well. I don't think we have anything to lose by going with the 5 years. I don't see anything in the plan that is concerning to me. But the fact that we can make those changes, I don't see any issues with any problems in the future, changes in society. So that's just my opinion, but I also do support Trustee Stanley's comments about deferring the decision between 4 and 5 years if you feel that you need that, if people need more time to digest here on the board. But personally, I still think 5 years is doable.
Trustee Socorro.
Just following up on Josh's comment about trying to avoid a point where there's something major coming up. 5 years would coincide with another municipal election, assuming trustees are still going to be elected at the time. And we only had one of our trustees that was actually coming from the last board. So this current board, we started with a new MYSP and all new trustees, new director, new pastoral plan. There was a lot of change happening all at once. So I don't think it's wise to try to have the next MYSP coincide with new trustee elections.
Are there any other comments from trustees? Trustee Cuff.
So I agree with the concept that we don't want to have a new group of trustees come in, potentially like 9 new trustees if trustees still exist by that time. But I'm always a big fan of the new board getting a say in actually what their strategic plan will be. Like, I know that we're able to change it a bit, but radical changes can't be done without actual reason for it. And change of school board trustees is not actually like reason to change the strategic plan necessarily. So I'm kind of conflicted between the 3 years, which would give the new, like, assuming there's elections held in October next year, it would mean that 2028 people would have a say in their school board. in their strategic plan, and then to have the new strategic plan be 4 years, strictly speaking, try to keep it 4 years. But I'm kind of conflicted between that and the 5-year bit, because we've paid a lot for the consultations, and I'm not sure how often we want to actually do the consultations. They've done a pretty decent job. They've laid it out, and if there are changes that need to be done, like I actually remember we did do one major change in our term, not in the previous one. Well, I wasn't there for the previous one. We had our focus on equity, and I remember the government of Ontario, the education minister, told us to change it. So it does change per whatever's happening in political climate. So I actually think the 5 years might be better, simply for the financial reasons.
Okay. So would it be the will of the group to change it to a 5-year? Could I kind of just get an indication if people could support that? Could I just kind of, would that work? Okay, I'm kind of hearing the will of the group. Trustee Weiler?
Yeah, I don't have an issue with 5 years. The only consideration is whereas the previous one sort of went 22 to 25, we spent most of 25 through the consultation. And so and this one sort of finishes and now is starting in 29. So I would just want to make sure that we started, because we have the benefit of 5 years, that we supported the consultation earlier, so that as soon as this one ends, we have a new one ready, almost using that last year for consultation into the new plan. Because really we've been sort of, the old one has sort of ended and we're still working on the new one. I'd like that to be tighter together. So I'm comfortable with 5 years because I think that enables us to do that.
Through Madam Chair, I just want to thank the trustees for your input on this. And specifically Josh and Todd on the incredible work that's been done, and the committee that has been working so hard on creating the plan. I'm in favor of either 4 or 5 years, so I just want that out there, that either one it works for me. I just, though, to bring comfort to anyone who's a little on the table, where we landed with this plan was very affirming for me. Because when I looked at the results of the consultation and where we've landed with the serving, belonging, and learning, we are very much aligned with our big picture of who we are as Waterloo Catholic. I've noticed tomorrow we're actually engaging in an exercise with the senior team to revisit all of the indicators to see where they fit in the new priorities of the strategic plan. So I feel very good about where we have landed and the direction that we're going. So I'm comfortable with 4 or 5. I'm hearing, if you're wavering, I feel like we did land in a very good place, and we're not too far off of where we've been. So we are faith at the center of everything that we are doing, our pillars in terms of learning, serving, and belonging, I think are very indicative of the direction we need to go, including the future ready skills, including things that were very notable in the survey. So I'm comfortable with either plan. So thank you again. I appreciate the support and the feedback. So if you wanted to make a motion, Madam Chair.
As this motion's not yet on the floor, I feel we could amend the motion and say the board approve the multi-year strategic plan for 2025 to 2030. Just cross out 29 and Can I get a mover of that motion? That'd be Trustee Phillips. Okay. Trustee Weiler. Okay, consensus. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Josh and Todd. Again, thanks for being here this evening.
Thank you, and we're excited to see the plan implemented, and all the best of luck in the monitoring and implementation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on now to 5.3, the adult education report.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to welcome Lisa Mackay, the principal of St. Louis Adult Learning and Con Ed, who's going to be presenting this evening the report. Thanks.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening to share highlights of the 2024-25 year at St. Louis. We hope the report provided a clear and accessible overview of our outcomes. While I always aim to keep the report as concise as possible, with over 20 programs and more than 17,000 registrations this year, there's simply too much meaningful work to capture briefly. Even with a summary, so many amazing stories and events go untold. Knowing your agenda is full tonight and our time is limited, we've chosen a different approach to share our highlights this year. Rather than walking through key details of the report, tonight we're sharing a visual representation of our why. The students we serve and the staff who make it happen. These are the individuals who participate and work in our programs 6 days a week, morning, afternoon, and evening through 12 months of the year. As the slideshow plays, I'll speak briefly about St. Louis programming and the lifelong learning opportunities we offer and why they're so meaningful to our adult students, to the board, to school-age learners, and the broader community. St. Louis Adult Learning and Continuing Education Centers are more than just a part of the system. They're a living expression of the board's vision and mission to nurture hope, empower all learners to reach their full potential, being the heart of the community. And all of this comes together through our motto, hope, opportunity, and success for all. Across our primary campuses and community partner locations, and within the board elementary and secondary schools, we offer a wide range of credit and non-credit programs. These meet students where they are and support them as they move forward with their educational and personal goals. Our learners' paths are rarely linear. They come from all walks of life, starting as young as 18 months and continuing into adulthood. They include newcomers, working adults, school-age students seeking extra practice or enrichment, young adults seeking different opportunities and exploring new directions, and many face complex barriers. Our team of more than 450 dedicated staff members strive to build inclusive, lifelong learning communities. They support students through every route, restart, and detour, helping them reach the next step in their journey. We empower learners through academic upgrading, skilled trades training, English language learning, and personal development. As part of the board's multi-year strategic plan, we monitored our progress in creating learning environments and helping students stay on track with their goals. This year's student survey results were affirming as the responses indicated. 96% of adult learners felt welcomed, 98% of adults and 93% of school-age participants reported being on track with their goals, and 99% of students said they would recommend St. Louis, which is a testament to the power of the word of mouth to growing our community. We also continued to focus on building staff capacity, working with some program teams to review inclusive classroom practices, trauma-informed approaches, differentiated instruction, and culturally responsive materials. We want learners to see themselves reflected in the community. The reasons people come to St. Louis are as diverse as the learners themselves. Some re-engage with education after life detours. Others seek new connections through programs like the Navy Co-op, homework clubs, or international languages. For many, it's about being seen, supported, and making friends while learning. Nearly 3,000 adults came to learn English after arriving in Canada to build new lives for themselves and their families. We also supported young adults navigating post-secondary and employment goals, helping them earn diplomas and certificates through our school to work programs. These graduates go on to fill vital roles in healthcare, the trades, or enter post-secondary schooling, making our programs not just educational, but economic and social drivers in the local community. While we don't get to know every story personally, we do know that last year, 462 students earned an Ontario secondary school diploma. 203 students earned certificates in PSW, culinary, or hairstyling programs. Thousands of credits were earned through day classes, employment, self-study, and summer school. English as a second language, language instruction for newcomers to Canada, or literacy basic skills students reached thousands of key benchmarks and progressions. School-age students benefited from thousands of hours of enrichment through homework clubs, international languages, Head Start, and summer expedition. As we navigate data, funding changes, and evolving student needs, it's clear that every day at St. Louis, we're living out the board's vision and mission rooted in our motto, hope, opportunity, and success for all. Our leadership team remains committed to strengthening programs, responding to growing demand, and empowering students to transform their lives, support their families, and contribute meaningfully to our shared communities. This year marks the 40th anniversary of St. Louis Adult Learning and Continuing Education Centers, and we've started strong, with registration rates matching or exceeding last year's. As always, we chart our course based on guidance from our board partners, government ministries, and the needs of our learners. Personally, I'm grateful to work at a school that offers so many opportunities for growth for both students and staff. This is my 7th year, and I continue to learn new information every day about the continuing education landscape. I'm fortunate to work alongside a committed team focused on maximizing programming and student potential in an ever-evolving model. I'd like to extend a personal invitation to you to attend one or both of our graduations that are in November. Thank you to the board and senior team members who regularly attend our events. It really means a lot when you come. So I thank you again for your time tonight. And I think we have a few minutes left, so I'm happy to answer any questions that you had from the report, as I know it was a lot of data.
Are there any questions from trustees? Trustee Sikora?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate everything that's happening over at St. Louis and continuing education, lifelong learners, one of our themes. I'm just wondering about growth, because on the primary and secondary, we're experiencing exceptional growth, and and I've noticed you've had significant growth in your programs. Are you also experiencing staffing issues and such?
Absolutely. As programs grow, for sure, there's always need for staff. With 450 staff, there's always a hole to fill coming up. We do a lot of work with partners in the community. So some of the schools that offer what's called TESOL training, which is the training that's needed for ESL or LINK training. So we make connections, send information about our programs, and reach out that way. We have a dedicated HR person at St. Louis, thank goodness, because that team, there's 2 of them actually, that are working all the time on the staffing needs. And of course, there's peak periods in September or as we get ready for summer school, but it's continually evolving all the time. So it's just one of the many things that we just kind of navigate as it goes. Yeah.
Are there any other? Oh, Trustee Weiler.
For you, Chair. Thank you, Lisa, for another great report with tons of information. I've always said I'm amazed at the depth and breadth of everything that happens at St. Louis. And congratulations on 452 OSSD earners that'll be celebrated in November. I'm curious on the summer school registration for credit programs. I saw in the report that it was up 11% this year. And I was curious if you're seeing a demand in those summer school credits from high school students in any particular area. I know there's the grade 9 Reach Ahead, which is probably a big part of that.
Yep.
Just curious in terms of which academic area, or is it across the board, would you say?
Thanks. That's a great question. We added the technology Reach Ahead grade 9 credits over the last 2 years. We kind of doubled by having 2 campuses this year. So some of the increases there, about 180 students participated in those. Summer co-op was up a lot last year. So that was interesting. I would say there was about an extra 30 or so there. So that was an interesting thing to see as well. And the coterminous board had a very large summer co-op program too. So perhaps that one might be influenced by students wanting to earn the specialist high skills major, but having a tough time in a 4-year schedule to make that happen. So the summer co-op is a great program for that, as is our credits at work, which went up a little bit last year too for students who have a part-time job and are going to school full-time. So that's another program. Across the board, these online learning really kind of grew. We have a high demand in the Reach Ahead for most students, this careers and civics. As parents, I think, look to open up opportunities for different choices in a student's timetable, as well as the grade 11 and 12 religion classes continue to be a large draw for students. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Any other questions from trustees? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks. Moving now to the Audit Committee Annual Report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have shared that portion of the agenda to the screen. And so I'm presenting this on behalf of Zainab Deni and our Internal Audit Officer, Shane. The report that you've seen in the package consists of 2 parts. First part of the report really provides an overview of the legislative requirements, the legislation being Ontario Regulation 36110, audit committees. And at a very high level, the requirements are that a report be brought to the Board of Trustees on an annual basis. So this fulfills that requirement. I have highlighted a few things instead of going through the entire report, which would be of interest to trustees in terms of the work that committee performs. First one is one of their primary jobs is to review the dashboard reports before it comes to this table. There are 2 accountants on that. And so they're able to go through those financial reports and ask any of the questions on your behalf. The next item, of course, that goes with that is the audited financial statements. So meeting with the auditors, asking any questions about those financial statements, and then recommending approval for it to be sent here for approval by the full Board of Trustees. There are 2 levels of internal audit here at the school board. The first one is the regional internal auditors. So that is the, we'll call it the ministry funded auditors who provide services for 10 school boards in the southwestern region of Ontario. And then we have Shane Durham, our own internal auditor. So the role of the audit committee is to review both of their audit plans for the year, look at the reports they generate, ask any questions, and then there is a final report that is provided by both of those individuals on their work. The one final thing I'd like to highlight here is the strategic risk assessment. So that was done through the regional internal audit team, the RIAT. And so they were able to retain on our behalf MNP, which is one of the accounting firms, and their experts helped staff go through a process of developing a risk register. So a risk register simply is what that sounds like. So it's our top risks that we face as a school board. And so we will use that in planning our operations. And I believe the auditors, the internal auditors were particularly interested in that because they're going to use that to plan their audits because those represent the highest risks for the school board. The other part of this report, well, there's some additional information that's highlighted there around attendance and self-evaluation, but these are more technical items. The other part of this report is Appendix C, which is interesting because there's no Appendix A or B. It's called Appendix C because it's Appendix C to a ministry report. So Always trying to get some humor in there. So what this Appendix C is the actual requirement to submit a report to the Ministry of Education on the work of the Regional Internal Auditors, so the RIAT team. So this has nothing to do with Shane. It really is just the internal, the RIATs. And so it simply lists the audits that they've done, one of which we've spoken about here, the strategic risk assessment, some of the audit follow-ups, and then there's a statement on whether or not the RIAT team will be performing any enrollment audits. The answer is always going to be no, because the enrollment audits are performed by Shane, so they're getting done, just not by the RIAT team. So Madam Chair, that is the report. There are two recommendations. The first is information, which really is the first portion of the report. And the second is that, I'm not looking at it, but it's in summary to approve the submission of Appendix C to the Ministry of Education in satisfaction of their requirement for that. Thank you.
Are there any questions from trustees? Okay, seeing none. Can I get a mover of the recommendation that we approve Appendix C for submission to the Ministry of Education? Trustee Phillips, seconded by Trustee Sikora. Do we have consensus? Okay, thank you very much. Moving now to the well-being plan.
Good evening, everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce my colleagues that are amazing, that most of you already know by name and by face. I have with me today Andrea Schneider, our mental health lead. She can wave. And we have Aaron Schreider, our lead mental health. So they will assist with the report this evening. So as we begin, as you all know, our vision is grounded in the belief that our Catholic schools are truly the heart of the community, places of refuge, guidance, and growth, where each child's dignity is honored. We know the academic success and mental well-being are inseparable. When students feel safe, cared for, and connected, they are better able to learn and thrive. This slide captures the heart of our approach. A mentally healthy learning environment isn't just the absence of distress. It's the active creation of spaces where every student feels like they belong, are trusted, and see possibility ahead of them. Grounded in decades of research, we know learning happens best when the brain and body feel safe, connected, and supported. Our three pillars, trauma and stress-informed practices, social emotional learning, and adult regulation, help create classrooms that are predictable, relationship rich, and ready for learning. This mirrors what School Mental Health Ontario emphasizes, that mentally healthy schools promote well-being for all. For all, we can then work to prevent problems where possible and provide clear pathways to help where needed. It's the foundation of everything that follows in our tiered system of support. The aligned and integrated model, the AIM model from School Mental Health Ontario, guides how we organize and deliver support across our system in a way that meets every student where they're at. It helps us think about mental health in three interconnected layers. Tier 1 is the promotion and prevention of all students and for all students, that they then would be able to build strong, mentally healthy classrooms and school cultures. Tier 2 targets interventions for students who need a little bit more support. And Tier 3 is our intensive services for students with more complex or persistent needs. So Andrea Schneider, our mental health lead, oversees Tier 1 initiatives that strengthen the capacity of educators, students, and families. Erin Schreider, our lead social worker, supports Tier 2 and Tier 3, ensuring that students who need more specialized care are connected with the right services at the right time, whether that's within our schools or through our community partners. The AIM model reminds us that schools' mental health is everyone's responsibility, and that every role, from the classroom educator to system leader, contributes to the continuum of care. Before we look ahead to this year's new initiatives, let's pause and recognize the impact this coordinated approach is having. It's worth pausing to recognize this celebration and milestone. Our goal set in the last multi-year strategic plan was to reduce the percentage of students reporting low well-being from 48% in 2022 to 41% by 2025. Our latest data shown is that we've exceeded that, and we are now down to 40%. Across every measure, the absence of sadness, general health, happiness, optimism, and self-esteem, there have been gains since 2022. This improvement tells us that the collective efforts that are happening in classrooms, homes, and community organizations and partnerships are making a measurable difference. It's also a reminder that well-being is not fixed. It grows when students experience connection, belonging, and purpose. The very conditions our educators and staff work hard to cultivate each and every day. As we move through the next slides, you'll see how our 5 new priority areas are helping to sustain and will continue to deepen our progress. So now I'd like to invite Andrea up, and Andrea is going to progress through some of the next initiatives that we're working through.
Hey, so as we move on to the first of our 5 new priority areas of our mental health plan, students, I want to note for you that we aren't going to be reviewing all of the successes of our previous year. They're reflected in detail in the report. And so really we want to just spend some time highlighting some of the new initiatives that we're particularly excited about implementing this year. So for students, our a main new initiative is promoting and supporting the Safe and Caring Schools Ambassador Program for grades 7 and 8. So this is a program that received a soft launch last spring, and it builds on the foundation of our secondary Safe School Ambassador Program, but it's tailored to grade 7 and 8 students. And the goal of this program is to equip students with skills that promote inclusion, that reduce stigma, that strengthen help-seeking behavior among peers. So each participating school receives this fabulous kit and a staff mentor guide, student mentor guides, and then access to a team's network where mentors can share ideas and receive ongoing support. 20 schools are already on board this year, with more expected to join throughout the year. So this program provides students with those foundational elements of mental health knowledge, as well as links to resources that can be easily pulled out to build fun initiatives that are interactive for students that fit the needs that are identified by each school. And this directly supports our Tier 1 promotion and prevention work, aligning School Mental Health Ontario's message that student leadership is a powerful lever for building mentally healthy school cultures. And it's really been energizing to see how quickly schools have jumped on board to create these opportunities to support their students to be leaders for kindness and for inclusion and mental health wellness in their schools. Our second priority area focuses on parents and caregivers, our first and most important partners in child's mental health journey. And this year's new initiative, one of the ones that we're proud of, is our WCDSB Wellness Instagram account. And we created this to share short and accessible messages about mental health and well-being with our families and the broader community. Posts feature evidence-based strategies and resources from School Mental Health Ontario and from our community partners on topics like managing stress, managing student transitions, and help seeking. Our audience is growing, and at this stage, we've experienced nearly 9,000 views in the last 30 days. We're also spotlighting some existing high-quality provincial resources, such as By Your Side. This was developed by School Mental Health Ontario in collaboration with Ontario parents and caregivers. So By Your Side is an easy-to-use guidance resource for talking with children and teens about mental health, about recognizing when extra support might be needed for their child, and knowing how to access help through schools and through community pathways. And the goal is really to ensure that all of our parents and caregivers feel confident and informed and supported when it comes to their child's mental health. We had a conversation with our CPIC group earlier this fall, and it was our first opportunity to hear directly about what topics families most want support with. And identified there were faith and well-being, stress and substance use, social media and AI, and suicide prevention and safety. And so these priorities will continue to guide what we share. Next week, we're meeting with SEAC to hear from parents of students with special education needs, and we'll continue to create opportunities throughout the year for parents and caregiver voice to shape our work. And this approach really ensures that what we share and how we share it truly reflects the needs and experiences of our WCDSB families. Our third priority prioritizes focusing on educators and school staff with an emphasis on providing faith-aligned, classroom-ready materials that make it easier to embed mental health promotion directly into everyday learning and teaching. So this year, we're deepening our faith and wellness, a daily mental health resource co-created by School Mental Health Ontario and OECTA. It's a collection of high-quality, everyday practices to help educators strengthen students' social emotional skills while supporting faith formation. Each practice here is evidence-informed, it's rooted in Catholic teaching and aligned with Ontario curriculum, the Ontario Catholic School graduate expectations, and the kindergarten 4 frames. And the resource reminds us that teachers play a vital role in the lives of our students. As trusted and caring adults, they're well positioned to help our students learn about and care for their mental health, fostering the relationships and connections that support learning and long-term well-being. A good example of this integration is our anti-bullying resources that are coming out in November, and they'll be including this walking in your shoes activity, just as an example, from Faith and Wellness. So it invites students to imagine and talk about what it feels like to stand in someone else's shoes, promoting empathy, compassion, and understanding. So we continue to embed this resource across our anti-bullying week, our anti-stigma week, mental health week, living out the truth that faith, belonging, and mental health are all deeply interconnected. The same practices also nourish at the same time our educator well-being, reminding us that caring for students begins also with caring for ourselves. As educators bring this learning to daily life, we're also supporting our system leaders to deepen coherence and alignment across the board. So our next priority focuses on our system leaders and our administrators, the people who set the tone about how mental health is understood and supported across our schools. And so this year, our focus starts specifically with superintendents who will be participating in a new 5-part professional learning series that was developed for us through School Mental Health Ontario. It's mental health literacy and action for system leaders. And here are some of the modules: developing system leadership, building your understanding, building system coherence, exploring the system of care, and from system to student desk. So each session will be supported by our School Mental Health Ontario implementation coach and then supported by our mental health team, ensuring that the content is both locally relevant and grounded in best practice. This year is intentionally focused on our superintendents as a first step, and then next year the learning will expand to principals and vice principals to build that coherence and alignment across every level of our leadership. So I'll turn it over to Erin now, who will share how our partnerships across Waterloo Region continue to strengthen care for students and families.
Our fifth and final priority focuses on community and partnerships. As an education system, we lean into the community mental health and addiction sector to support students who are struggling with Tier 2-3 needs. This year, one of our key priorities is the advancement of right time, right care, a provincial framework guiding boards and our local community mental health partners to map and strengthen pathways to and through care. Through this process, we're working alongside our community partners and the lead mental health agency for Waterloo Region to build a shared vision for child and youth mental health addiction system of care. This builds on the strong collaboration that's already in place through planning tables such as the Children and Youth Planning Table, Wellbeing Waterloo Region, and the Connectivity Table for Acutely Elevated Risk Situations. Existing protocols and memorandums of understanding are also key elements for strong partnerships between our board and other agencies. The impact is clear. During 2024-2025, 63% of students who were supported by a school social worker were also connected to a community mental health provider. That figure reflects both the complexity of need for our students and the strength of our partnerships. A truly integrated multi-tiered system of mental health and addiction support will connect our Catholic school system with the broader mental health system surrounding our students and families. Lastly, the written report provides the full picture of our outcomes and actions from last year, and tonight we've focused on just a few of the exciting new initiatives now underway. As we look ahead, our 2025-2026 Mental Health and Addictions Action Plan continues to build on the 5 priorities we've explored this evening. Each area is evolving through new learning, stronger alignment, and continued listening to the voices of those we serve. We want to thank the board for your continued commitment to this vision. Through you, Madam Chair, if there's any questions, we would be happy to respond.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from trustees? Trustee Phillips.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Mental health is so important in our schools, and I love that you're making community partnerships to help assist us with this crisis. I was wondering, have we had an opportunity to make community partnerships with churches in regards to mental health? Because I know that sometimes leaning towards our faith and the community partnerships with our churches can really help with mental health and some of the challenges we face in school.
So part of the work that we do on the school social work team is to best understand the student's perspective and the family's perspective through a lens of all of the ways that their identity intersects, and that would include religion and faith. And so if that is part of the way that the student best wants to receive care, then we would certainly support that, and we would encourage it and invite that for our families and our students. In terms of formal partnerships, I don't know, Judy, if you want to speak to that, but that isn't part of the work that I've been doing. It's been mostly with community mental health agencies, but I do agree with you that it's very helpful and supportive for us to be able to support mental health through a lens of all the ways that we know well-being supports our students.
Thank you, Erin. And I think in terms of a formal partnership, I would say that, quite respectfully, our faith is embedded in what we do. And that's something that we always lean into, especially when we know our kids need support for mental health. I would say, we do have our supports within the school. Everything we do, especially now with an increased focus with our partnership with OECTA, the School of Mental Health Ontario, has really more formally embedded the language of our Catholicism in integrating spirituality and the needs of our student and their faith as a really important part of their well-being. So I would say we would lean into, as Erin would say, the needs of the student, support that, family connection, that conduit for the children as they need it, for sure.
Sorry, just to follow up, I guess just to clarify, I guess what I'm asking is, are we promoting that as an option versus is the student coming up with them themselves? And the reason why I'm asking that is because I have learned of some wonderful programs that recently the churches are offering, not only to evangelize, but to also to provide the faith-based perspective and to help heal through some of the struggles we have in our life. There's always a Bible quote I find for every struggle we have in our life to help us through it. And I'm just wondering, are we promoting that? And if not, is that something we can do? Because the programs they're offering in churches is absolutely wonderful and beneficial. And I think it's worthwhile exploring.
Thank you for the question. In terms of us promoting. Our partnerships within our community are very strictly trained professionals in terms of mental health. So it's not to suggest that there wouldn't be a huge benefit to programs and, kind of group opportunity for people to build their resilience to maybe reduce anxiety by participating in these events. But I wouldn't say it's something that we lean into as a tier 2 or tier 3 response because our response is geared towards more of a medical, social, emotional support through trained professionals. However, I would say through our CPIC, through our Catholic School Advisory Councils, our goal is always to strengthen that parish and school home community partnership. I would say that that's where activities that are happening within parishes are there to promote student mental health. You're welcome.
Steve Stanley.
Okay, I have 2 questions. Just to follow up on Trustee Phillips' question. So we heard some more concrete examples there of how faith and mental health intersect, but on a more theoretical or conceptual level, how would you say that our approach to mental health differs from what you would see in a public system or a secular board? For example, you had social emotional learning there that comes out of the secular literature. It's not really a Catholic concept. Is there something that makes our approach to mental health different? And could you give me an example of what that might be?
Did you want to say?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. If we were to go to your example about social emotional learning, I think that's a great example because that is one area where we really are leaning into the faith resources. So taking those types of skills, like recognizing that we need to find ways to teach our students conflict management and how to identify and manage emotion. So those are all social emotional skill building opportunities that we have for our students. And those specifically are the resources that we're working closely with OECTA to be building out those types of activities that can come right into the classroom that are formed with a Catholic lens. I would invite you to take a look at those on School Mental Health Ontario. I think you would be pleased with the faith alignment in the specific activities that are meant to build those skills. Yeah, and those are certainly in my work with School Mental Health Ontario. Certainly, where all Ontario schools are provided with a number of resources, but the Catholic schools specifically are provided with some resources that we are pulling into the systems. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. For my second question, you had a number of priorities up there, and there's some very good ones there. But one thing that we've heard, of course, for the last 2 months now, we've heard a number of delegations from concerned parents about the impact of moving students through programs, through boundary changes. Is that a priority for our mental health programs going forward? Because I would suggest it perhaps should be, given the amount of concern we've heard from parents over the impact of moving kids midstream.
So I would suggest that would we give specific conversations around this to students and families at this point? Quite honestly, I would say no. I think the decision of our director to promote and to engage in a boundary review leaves the outcome of what may happen a ways out. So, respectfully, I understand and appreciate that, conversations that had been happening around the potential move of the French immersion program to St. Nicholas has caused a great amount of distress. However, will we focus our plan specifically on that topic or that conversation? No, we will not. But again, we will, as always, address the needs of our students. Again, giving our kids the important information to be regulated, to feel safe, to know that they belong, as we always have. And, further to that, we would offer, if there is that opportunity where students do need a tier 2 support network, social work, or anything else that may have come as a result of these conversations that were happening at home, as always, we would offer that to our families. Okay. You're welcome.
Trustee Weiler.
Through you, Chair.
Thank you very much again for the presentation. I have two questions. The first question is on the staffing in this area specifically, as opposed to teachers in the classroom. As you know, the provincial and national demand over teachers. So I just wanted you to comment on staffing, if we're able to keep staff, retain staff, fill the staff positions as the ministry gives us additional funding each year for those frontline workers, or also the local programming, et cetera. So I'm just wondering if you can comment on that. Are we seeing the same sort of demand gap, I guess?
Thank you for the question. I'll hand this question over to Erin because she looks after that social work staffing. I would say, however, a conversation that we continue to have, we do have a mental health support network through School Mental Health Ontario. And one of the big conversations that we continue to have to bring forward that may be something that our trustees can support and bring forward to the ministry is the impact that having our mental health lead, which is Andrea, on a 10-month contract. We know, and as I'm sure you would have read through our report, to have healthy schools, we have to have healthy adults. And the funding for the school mental health lead is for the education of students. And I have to say, and Andrea would say, no, don't acknowledge that. The work that Andrea does for our educators, for upcoming supervisory officers, is above and beyond the scope of what she's getting remunerated for in her salary, which is directed to students. But she goes above and beyond, and that's something that we continue to advocate for, a consideration of her contract to be 10 or 12 month versus 10, because it certainly isn't near enough, because we do focus a large amount of her work on staff. But I will hand it over to Erin as she holds that information.
It's an excellent question. I think what I'd like to say is that we do as best as we can with what we have. And so at this point, we have a stable school social work team. There are 13 permanent full-time positions in that complement. That's been our complement for a while now. You may recall we had 9.5 positions back about 4-ish years ago. And then 3.5 of those were contracts. And those contracts became permanent. If I'm going to have to recall this off the top of my head, I feel like saying that was about 1.5 years ago in January of last year. Those positions became permanent, and now we have a full complement of 13. Those folks are servicing all of the high schools as well as all of the elementary feeders. There also is a school social worker combined with a SAL coordinator for the St. Don Bosco program. And then we have the 0.5 student aware position embedded within those 13. So that's the structure of what that looks like. We've also been working with our CYCWs a little bit more than what we have perhaps in the past. And that's in part driven by the work that School Mental Health Ontario is doing by providing some content and some curriculum that's applicable to their roles, as much as they're not part of the folks that I work with, that's in the student services department. There is opportunity for us to overlap and for us to work alongside one another and work collaboratively together. And certainly on the ground inside of our schools, that's what happens between our school social workers and our CYCWs. There's skill building that happens through our CYCWs that supports the work of the school social workers. So that's a benefit to in terms of moving mental health forward inside of our systems. It certainly is a benefit to us. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, can I follow up? What I was gonna, you actually leaned into it with the conversation around advocacy. So as we get prepared in the next month or so to start work on our provincial association advocacy of what we want to go through the association through to build forward the ministry priorities, I would be interested in knowing, we know where we're going to focus some resolutions around spec ed, but if there was something that you wanted us to advocate for, and I took away the mental health lead, but if there was anything that you, whether it be for funding or flexibility in funding or positions or anything like that, we would like to hear about it so that we can have a resolution focused on mental health as well.
Trustee Doherty Masters.
Thank you very much for all of the detail that you've provided in the agenda package as well. That really helps to frame what's going on, and a lot of great work is going on too. I'm very interested in the Safe and Caring School Ambassadors that's going to be rolling out in our schools. I think there's a lot of potential for that program, which is great. And I sent this question ahead of time so that there was time to prepare for it. So I'll just read my question. It involves the balance between the need to use technology and screen time and mental health. And how do we balance those two things? Because the messaging has to be consistent across. So the question I sent ahead of time was, given that positive mental health is foundational to student success across all subject areas, how can you communicate to both staff and students the need to balance appropriate screen time, learning, collaboration, and wellness, with the evidence on how excessive screen time use may impact mental health and engagement? So just the conversation, and maybe our student trustees might be able to weigh in on that as well, just their perception on the need for screen time, but also the need to take a break from it and work on mental health.
Thank you for the question. So I think we've been really lucky with the ministry's directive last year to update our code of conduct to put stricter guidelines around cellular use and technology use in the schools, in the classrooms. And recognizing that some teachers may use technology more, it still does put limits on what students can use, and does at school reduce their screen time. So we are really lucky that that has come about and promoted that, and teachers, I think, were relieved as well to have that information. I know, and Jenny can speak to this even a little bit more through her portfolio, about a memo that was sent out respecting just that commentary that you had. So I'll hand it to you, Jenny, if you don't mind for a moment.
Yes, thank you, through you, Madam Chair. We do recognize the complications of finding that fine balance of screen time. The ministry does give us funding for digital tools versus paper resources. So we try to balance that. We have pushed out 2 memos in the last 2 years, but more of a concrete one through the the Canadian Pediatric Society and their proposed regulations around appropriate screen time based on age. So we did push that out to our staff in order for them to ensure that they aren't using the screen time in the classrooms as a mainstay. It should be used as a springboard, or it should be used as an opportunity to extend, but it shouldn't be the staple in the classroom. So we sent out some timelines by age, and we are really trying to promote that with that fine balance between what we're being directed to do, the funds we've been given by the ministry for digital tools, and recognizing that probably the screen time at home in the evenings is more than what should be recommended by the Pediatric Society. And then on top of that, we're asking kids to be on devices during the day as well. So we are mindful of it. Part of some ministry conversations actually on Friday around how we're going to try and temper that even further. So it's a good question.
Thank you, Jenny. And I would just add to that, that as we know, we are just finishing up Cyber Awareness Month through the ministry, and that's been promoted through our schools. We had a very specific week directed and focused on that. A big piece of that was around cyber wellness. So that was, promoted and suggested in the past, but there was a intentional focus on cyber wellness. And as well, some of you may recall, as recently as May, we did have our family event that we'd had held at the Family Center. It was held on a Saturday with all of our community partners. We had Dr. Jasmine Yang come to speak to us about cyber well-being, as well as we had Dr. Jean Clinton come and speak to us around the importance of reducing, screen time and the addiction piece that comes with that. So that was really, really valuable. And then most recently, we had a family game night here at the board office a couple of weeks ago, and I'm sure you may have seen it in your trustee good news. We had over, I think, 150 people here playing the I Think game that we had created through the innovation department around being aware and using social media in an effective and safe way. And that did highlight as well the important use of also having time outside of screen in order to have fun and connection with family. You're welcome.
Steve Phillips.
Just going off of Trustee Master, she brought up some interesting points that made me reflect on a few things. As far as I was really happy with the ministry, the Minister of Education deciding to ban cell phones. But unfortunately, we do have an issue with cell phones at recess and so forth. So I'm wondering if it's something that we can focus on going forward as far as supervisors and things like that at recess time, because there are some things that are being exposed to children. Unfortunately, my children have been exposed to at recess, and it's something that's worth keeping an eye on. And also maybe I'm wondering if maybe through CPIC, and that's why I love being in CPIC, because you have such excellent programs to educate parents as well. But we need to really bring awareness to parents about some of the things that are exposed online, because oftentimes, and we've all been guilty of it, it's like, here, have the iPad, to give us a little bit of a break. But there's something called, I guess there's a term for it called brain rot that the kids are being exposed to, and they're coming up with things like, and I'm sorry, I don't even know what it means. Like words like skibbity and 60s. I don't even know what it means. I'm sorry to bring it up, but the kids are learning weird things, and it's not like, the student trustee beside me laughing. I still don't know what it means. And it's just something that's worth looking into, because I do think too much online time is not benefiting our children for mental health, for safety, for many different things. So I do think that Trustee Master's comments definitely makes me reflect on those things. And I'm wondering if it's something we can explore. So it's more of a commentary, more or a suggestion than anything. But you've been doing great work, and thank you for everything that you're doing.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you so much, all three of you, for the presentation. I was really invested in the idea that you had from the secondary school Safe Ambassadors program to now introducing the elementary school, specifically the intermediate students, which I think is great. I wanted to ask if you've ever thought about like introducing some kind of opportunity for those secondary school students in the Safe School Ambassadors program to serve as some kind of role model, or maybe interact with the students that will now be in the intermediate grades, like facing that kind of program, if that makes sense.
Brilliant idea. Yes, yes. Our secondary students were actually the catalysts for our elementary program. The idea grew out of them. They've been a fantastic group of students working together in my time over the last 4 years, and certainly that theme has arisen over the last number of years. How can we do more, and how can we help to educate the younger students? So certainly we're looking at opportunities for them to be able to link with their families of schools so that they can provide some of that mentorship. But yeah, thank you for that. We're excited about that too.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on now to naming of the Kitchener 7 to 12 school.
Okay, thank you again. So you will have seen in your package, I don't have a formal obviously PowerPoint presentation to go with this report. So as many of you know, our grade 7 to 12 school will be opening next September. Very, very excited about that. We have our principal I see in the back corner, and he can wave from the back there, Mr. Mark Modello. So Mark, as well as some other people, were part of the naming committee that took part in discerning over what names could potentially be put forward for our naming committee. So you'll see in our report that this education and this legislation is rooted in establishing our new school community. It's a very important step. And it really does establish for us the unique identity and spiritual bond for students and staff. So with that in mind, we did have, the excitement around what we would be able potentially to bring to our community through the school naming. And what we had done then is we'd followed our AP around school naming. So with that, we chose names that shall be given, for example, words like our Lord, Our Lady, a saint, or a reference to establish a Catholic doctrine like Blessed Sacrament, Holy Spirit. But as you'll note, the names that were presented to you in this report were names, not doctrines. So we did choose names for potential conversation that would reflect an obvious manner the Catholic faith, be a source of encouragement and inspiration to the staff and students and wider Catholic community as well, that the students may identify and emulate the ideas of the individual and be such that it does not encourage an abbreviation or nicknaming that could potentially be ridiculed. So what we had done then, given the names for broader consultation, the names were summarized and the virtues that they espoused were extrapolated and presented for input from families that will feed our new school. So Canadian Martyrs Catholic Elementary School, St. Patrick's Catholic Elementary School, St. Daniel's Catholic Elementary School, St. Anne's Catholic School, and St. John Paul II Catholic Elementary School via direct electronic communication were shared a survey. The names and descriptions for each were provided, the names being Notre Dame Catholic Secondary School and the explanation and virtues around that name, St. Catherine of Siena Catholic Secondary School, St. Carlos Acutis Catholic Secondary School, and St. Marguerite Bourgeois Catholic Secondary School. After the consultation and feedback, you'll notice that we had tremendous response to the survey, 852 people. From that survey, you'll notice that there was a very clear, prominent decision based on survey results, with 53.1% of individuals saying that they chose Notre Dame. Second to that, St. Catherine of Siena came in at 23.4%. And finally, St. Carlos Acutis Catholic Secondary School came in at 13.7%. So having said that, those top three names are inputted there on the report. And as you would see then that the survey strongly suggests Notre Dame Catholic Secondary School as the most favored choice for our new East Kitchener 7 to 12 school. The naming committee adhered to the process requirement of the policy, which garnered input from our stakeholders on the naming of the school. It is the recommendation of this committee that the feedback of the survey be considered when choosing the name of our new secondary school. The recommendation of this is that the Board of Trustees approve the recommendation of the naming committee, Notre Dame Catholic Secondary School, for the name of the East Kitchener 7 to 12 Catholic Secondary School.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from trustees? Trustee Cuff.
This is a bit of an odd question. I was just wondering what the mascots would be for each of these different names.
Well, that is a very good question. Mr. Modelow is here, as I had said, and I'm through you, Madam Chair, if you are comfortable with me inviting Mr. Modelow up, and he can give you a very broad idea of what we are considering for Notre Dame. There's not been an ideation around the other names as of yet because it seemed that this was the most favored, but I'm sure we're happy to share that with you. It's a good question. Everyone's curious. Thanks.
Through you, Madam Chair. When we were looking at the names, a lot of what we were trying to connect to was either something about our history, who we are, or where this school is. The school, if you've not been to the site, is really quite a remarkable setting. You could give a geographical map of the region and pick where the school is for the exact bend in the river where we sit. The river really encompasses the school. It's quite remarkable. And we really plan to dig into this connection to the land and who we are and the history of where we are. And so Notre Dame, being very important, connecting to the School Sisters of Notre Dame is I think, a very wonderful name to connect to our history and where we come from as a Catholic community. As far as our mascot, we wanted to lean into that natural setting. And so we actually settled on the River Hawks will be our name. The ospreys are very common through that area. Ospreys commonly known as river hawks. And so we've actually worked with our designer and have some preliminary designs ready for that. So that as we launch out with whatever the name would be, that River Hawks would be our mascot name.
Are there any other questions from trustees? Nope. Okay. I will put the motion then on out there. Can I get a mover to approve that the Board of Trustees approve the recommendation of the naming committee, Notre Dame Catholic Centric Secondary School, for the name of the East Kitchener 7 to 12 Secondary School? I saw Trustee Guerin first and Trustee Stanley. Do we have consensus? Trustee Weather?
I just wanted to celebrate that this is the first high school that we've named at our board since 1997, which was St. Benedict. So I just wanted to, it's kind of a big deal.
Thank you for that. Okay, Trustee Stanley.
I will defer my seconded vote to Trustee Weiler because I think she wants to have it on the agenda as naming it.
Thank you, Trustee Stanley. Could you make that adjustment, Stephanie? Yep, okay, perfect. It's hard. I'm trying to look around and catch people. Okay. Yeah, we have consensus. Okay. Moving now to the director's report.
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. This is the director's report for October. It's been a very busy month. I just put some highlights in the report of things that I have attended, and I had to put an appendix in because I have visited, as of the end of the month, I will be at 50 schools since September 24th when I began visiting schools. Sorry, pardon me, the 22nd is when I began. So the month has been the building on the momentum of the multi-year strategic plan, just kind of ensuring that that has been in place. And then some of the engagement that I've done, a lot of engagement, a lot of meeting people, a lot of getting out into the community. So for school visits, I have, sorry, I just made a note here. I have the privilege of visiting all of the schools in the region, just about. By the mid of November, I'll have completed all of my school visits. So it's really important to me to ensure when I'm at a school that I'm able to meet with the principal and learn about the demographics of the school community, its needs, its location, understanding the history. I've been able to walk around the school. The visit consists mostly of a walk around the school to meet teachers, meet children, visit the classroom, see some of the learning that's taking place. So they've been really wonderful. Sorry, my screen. Nope, not gonna open. It's been really wonderful to be able to visit the different areas of our board, and there've been invaluable opportunities. So I'm been again excited as we continue and finish up the 52 school visits. And rescheduling them again to get in there once more just to move forward with that initiative. I did have a meeting with Dr. Cantalini Williams. Williams is the Dean of the Faculty of Education at Wilfrid Laurier. We did meet just to talk about critical matters related to teacher retention and preparation of our teachers. It was a very productive conversation, and we explored the current landscape in teacher training and identified potential collaborative approaches. So we actually have another meeting scheduled with members of our team just to talk about some opportunities moving forward with that partnership with our teachers' colleges. Also did attend the Feast of St. Jerome's University, which was a wonderful evening, and thank you to those trustees that were able to attend. Another partnership that I have had the privilege of being able to get to know is the Chief of Police, Mark Kroll. I've met with his team and discussed the ongoing partnership of the Youth Engagement Program. We talked about the police school protocol that we've just assigned to put into play, and we're just kind of working on that really incredible opportunity to build on the education of our students through youth engagement. I'm actually sitting on a provincial committee this Wednesday to consult on the police school protocols across the province. So I think that seeing such a great model, they're very interested in the Waterloo Region model, being able to share some ideas and get some feedback from others. Also, I'm doing a lot of work with AI. I was able to participate in a Canadian collaborative of artificial intelligence and learning, a network of educators from across the country. So I did join that coalition of learners. Actually, Michael Fullen, one of our very famous educational researchers, whose son happens to be Josh Fullen from Maximum City, sits on that committee as well. So it's been really valuable to kind of get to know and see some of the work across the province. And of course, Waterloo Catholic does come up as a very favorable, very advanced board when it comes to artificial intelligence. So it's always a very proud moment to sit on those committees as well. Superintendent Merkel did mention our family engagement in digital literacy. So I did put that in my report because I was very pleased at the work that had taken place with that evening and those connections. But one of the greatest highlights of October was our Spiritual Development Day that took place on October 10th. The evening before, we were able to have Dr. Nagon Sinclair attend. Are you timing me, Chair? That's okay. So it was wonderful. And again, I thank trustees that were able to attend that evening for that system-wide gathering to be able to listen to the messages and themes as we moved into our Spiritual Development Day that took place at the Odd. It was very, very well attended, an incredible vibe in the room. We were certainly very pleased with the beautiful mass that was opened by Father Toby, and then moved into the speaker, and just like I said, an incredible day of learning. I really could feel the positive energy in the room. We are also had some the Cedar Hill singers and hoop dancers, enriching the appreciation of Indigenous culture and traditions. So it was just a day that exemplified our commitment to experiencing opportunities for adult faith formation. And it was really wonderful to, again, join in that opportunity to celebrate our faith and all together at the Odd. It was just very remarkable. Also did attend the St. Dominic Savio 25th anniversary. That was wonderful, and Bishop Crosby was able to attend. So every time I see Bishop Crosby, I don't know if it's going to be his last mass because he is, kind of on his way out. He's proud to say it. He's tired and he's ready to move along, but he's always very gracious every time he's so open to attending anything up until that day. Today, we are graciously blessed to have just about all of our administrators and our consultants here together in this room as we had an artificial intelligence leadership development workshop. So we met with the Advanced Learning Partnership. So this is phase 3 out of 4 phases. So it's a 4-part series. So we began the work last year. So this was day 3. So we were able to bring our principals and consultants together for a day of learning and advancement in our work in artificial intelligence, and really worked on the implementation. So now, how does it end up implementing into the system in a positive way? Specifically looking at assessment evaluation strategies and just other opportunities for them to really kind of dig a little bit deeper into prompts and how it can help to benefit our learners and not be a detriment to our learners. So looking ahead now that we have approved the multi-year strategic plan, we are getting busy with building the indicators. So as I mentioned earlier, we will be working on aligning the indicators and ensuring that the indicators reflect and operationalize the multi-year strategic plans. So all of the work that you're hearing about tonight through our various reports, and as you continue to do, is work now that we will specifically align to achieve the goals that have been laid out in that plan. So we will look specifically at those pillars. We will look at those strategic priorities. We will take a look at some of the indicators that we already do collect. As you know, we have 30 front-facing indicators, and we'll look to see what ones are still relevant to the plan. There's still information that we need to gather, and then other ones that we may need to develop moving forward to ensure that we reach the goal that we have set out. So excited about that. And of course, through October, oh yes, so through my own professional development and faith formation, I was able to participate in a four-part micro certification course through St. Michael's University called Leadership for Transformative Changemakers in Catholic Organizations. It's a great way to spend evenings and weekends. But it actually was an incredible course. So I finished up this past Saturday. So it was deep in my understanding of Catholic leadership principles, and just kept that ongoing professional learning. I always value the opportunity to engage in ongoing learning and, of course, leading in transformative changes within our system. So it was really an interesting and informative way of being able to just help with my own continuous improvement and faith-inspired leadership in our organization. So I just listed there other regular meetings of October, of course, and then key meetings in advance that took place, and then indicated the schools that I've had the benefit of visiting this past month. So that is the end of my report, Madam Chair. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions from trustees? Oh. Trustee Weather.
Through you, Chair. With the Better School and Outcomes Bill 33, I think it is, they mentioned the bringing back the legislation for the school resource officer. And so I was just wondering if in your conversation with Chief Crowell and the youth engagement strategy, if there's any thinking about what we would do there or what's happening there.
So it's a good question. And I'll likely turn it over to Judy in a moment, but I did meet with Chief Crowell, and we did have a conversation about SROs. Also, MPP Jess Dixon, of course, is also a huge proponent for the SRO program. So, and that would be a program that, again, through Bill 33, that the minister has spoken about bringing back SRO programs, or implementing programs where continuing programs that are already kind of in existence. Waterloo Regional Police and the school boards are engaging in a youth engagement project, so keeping things more education based rather than police based. Right now, there's no funding that is attached to that announcement, and so there'd be no change for us at this time. But I will turn it over to Superintendent Merkel for any other comments.
Thanks, Annalisa. And just to, piggyback on what you had said, the language in the proposed legislation is where available. So that an SRO program be reignited or implemented where available. It is not available in Waterloo Region. Waterloo Region has instead implemented a youth engagement program. That's where they've aligned their funding, and there's no intention to reignite the SRO program. The full intent of that program always was and was intended to support a relationship between students and our community partners at Waterloo Region Police Services. And, as we had done, as many of you weren't here necessarily at the time that we had undergone our really deep dive into what the SRO program was in fact providing to our schools in terms of perception of safety and well-being. It was something that we initiated to really discover how can we, is this working, first of all, and who is it helping and how, and if it's not, what could we do better? So our intention at Waterloo Catholic that if we were ever to reignite that program with Waterloo Region Police Services would be to reimagine that program. And so the reimagining has happened, and even prior to Waterloo Region announcing its youth engagement strategy, there was conversations that were happening behind the scenes around what do we need in our schools. And it's always been the intent to continue the building of that relationship. And now our focus is through education, as Annalisa said, with them invited to, welcomed into, and engaging in educational conversations. So at this time, we have created within our board, and I can't speak for the Waterloo Region District School Board, facilitated a process of a form that when our schools or administrators reach out and say, you know what, we really would love to have police services come in to speak to a grade 2 classroom about A, B, and C, or a grade 12 classroom about A, B, and C. We have a process in place where we filter that information and then filter it up to Waterloo Region Police Services, where they facilitate then researching who the best person is to deliver the information, and then facilitate that. So it just looks different, but the premise is the same. You're welcome.
Any other questions from trustees? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Moving to the student trustee report.
Good evening, everyone. I'm always very thankful to speak in front of everyone, and that's actually one of the biggest themes in this month was celebration of people, especially Thanksgiving. Students were involved in many Thanksgiving activities, specifically in Resurrection and Doyle. They were given a chance to reflect on who and what they were thankful for in their lives. I know specifically in Resurrection, if any of you are in tune with like the school's Instagram page, they actually made a fun video where students were able to stop in the hallway and say what they were thankful for. I think this is an awesome idea. At Doyle, students were invited to their main foyer area, I think it was their cafeteria, and they're invited to grab a note and just passionately write about something that they were thankful for. It could be anything, and they just pocket it and keep it to themselves. Tickets were given out to teachers to reward students who exemplified a true role model in their classrooms and school community, displaying leadership, respect, and all-around character in the classroom. This is something that David's implemented to just kind of give it a title to the most spirited student, and it's something that I really like. Also, earlier in the month, many of you attended the Academic Awards Night, where co-presidents emceed and helped facilitate the event. I know that my time as a co-president, this was super fun, standing in front of all my peers and announcing all of their successes and just being very proud of everyone in my school.
And then in our second portion, now that the school year has finally kind of had a rolling start, student councils are hosting more like spirit-based events to further the sense of unity within their schools. So there were multiple opportunities for pep rallies to happen as a lot of our football teams have continued their season. So that was specifically happening at St. Benedict's, Resurrection, and St. David's. And many events included like face painting, themed apparel, concessions, and halftime performances from other clubs associated within the school. Students were invited to additional fall coffee houses for different performances from another a variety of school clubs and talented students. There were concessions sold to help support funding in the arts department, and that was specifically done at St. Benedict's and St. David's. And then to finalize October, there will be a bunch of spirit weeks and Halloween themed events like hidden sticker, scavenger hunts, pumpkin painting, and different photo booth opportunities for students to even get more involved.
An additional note that I would like to highlight, something that Doyle has implemented and that I would like to encourage the rest of Student Senate to implement, is a student input system. I believe it was Resurrection that had a student input system towards the end of the year. I think this is something that's really important for student activity councils to kind of gain a sense of transparency between their core members and the rest of the school community, especially because the high schools are so large. I think this is a great opportunity to listen to the community and get some more engagement about what people really want. Also, although it's in the start of November, student councils will be attending the Ontario Student Leadership Conference, which is Canada's largest student leadership conference. Rebecca and I are super excited. I believe about 20 students from each of the schools will be attending. I believe it's primarily seniority, executives, and co-presidents that will attend. That's next week, and it's going to be lots of fun. And I'm opening the floor to any questions. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much. Any questions from trustees? Judy, you want to say something?
I'm sorry, I'm not a trustee and not supposed to be asking a question, but I wonder, what is your system for student input? You said everyone should have one. What is that system for gleaning that input?
Specifically, what Monsignor Doyle has is, I believe it's their Student Activities Council office window. They have a Google form. This Google form is really open in any ways. You can drop any kind of advice, thoughts, comments, or concerns that you have. But something that is to be noted is that it is not anonymous, because we do not want students spreading hate speech through it. Something that I was considering for Benny's last year is having that Google form, and also like finding time for student councils to engage with students in the classrooms, like kind of like a morning minutes is what we wanted to call it, where we kind of come in, debrief with the students what will be going on for kind of like the rest of the month, and then kind of just hear from them face to face. What do you think about this event? You know, how could we make it better? Because there's still kind of like a few weeks going into it. I'm not sure if Rebecca has any ideas.
I know at Resurrection, we had a student suggestion box. So one of our SAC members actually built it, and then it was built onto the wall, and it had like a sticky note, and it was kind of fun every morning getting to go and like pick out little notes and read them, and then being able to implement like actual student suggestions into the school. There were a few implications with that because again, it wasn't really monitored. So there are a few little things that we would have to work out, but I thought that was another really cool way to like limit the technology aspect and get people to actually write handwritten notes.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Great job.
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, Trustee Cuff.
My only question, so this input thing is great, but did any of the teachers or principal or anyone help you? Because I'm kind of worried about the privacy implications, because you know, you're collecting the person's email address or anything else. And when we're dealing with students, well, a lot of you are minors, the vast majority of you are minors. So it's very important that we go deal with principals who know what to do.
Thank you, Trustee Cuff. I think that's a very valid concern to raise. I don't unfortunately have an answer for you right now, but I can definitely talk to the co-presidents, advisors, and presidents at Doyle about how that process came about. I'm not sure if Rebecca has any concerns, but I'm definitely looking forward to a further conversation with you.
Before we go on, I would like to request a motion to extend past 9 o'clock. Can I get a mover of that motion? Trustee Sikora and Trustee Weiler. Okay, consensus. Okay, thank you very much. Moving on then to 8.1 OCSDA communications. The link has been provided there for your information. And then moving on to 8. Sorry, yes.
I just wanted to highlight two things in the OCSTA. The first one is OCSTA had their first speaker series event on October 1st, and they had Dr. Mark McGowan come to talk about the integral role and contribution of Catholic school trustees in Ontario. And so if you weren't able to attend the event, the link is in his in the announcement through OCSTA, and you can go in and access the recording. And I thought just in terms of language and further development, that was very interesting. The other one was more of a question. The province most recently announced that they were increasing their student nutrition investment with their press release. And so I was curious with their additional funding, if you have a line of sight on how that has impacted our community organizations locally to be able to support our kids more.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to turn this over to Superintendent Foran, who has been working with Nutrition for Learning, to talk about some of those changes.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. We have our Nutrition for Learning board meeting scheduled actually the next couple of weeks for an update on that. So I don't have any information at this time, but I know it's on an agenda item that we're going to be discussing at the board meeting. So happy to bring that back.
Through you, Madam Chair, I do have one little piece of information I can share just because I was at the foundation meeting last week, and were talking about some of the additional, like just around how they could help support the schools. And some of the principals that actually sit on the board of directors for the foundation mentioned that the food is from the Nutrition for Learning program has been increased, and they're seeing notable changes in the quantity of food. And so that's been good. Usually it was the school before that has been ordering the food with the monies, but they're actually been taking that over and have organized for the food to be delivered to the school. So they are seeing some changes, but it'll be good to see some of that data coming back from the meeting.
Thank you. Moving to 8.2, chair the board report. So I listed my activities over the last while in there. The highlight for me was the keynote and that we had with Negan Sinclair. I really enjoyed that. I found him a captivating speaker and really appreciated the journey that he shared with us. So it's too bad I couldn't go to the whole day, or half day. But anyway, I was appreciative of him coming early and doing that with us. That was really great. Okay. Are there any questions? Okay, moving on to 10.1 board policy review. And that will be turned over to Trustee Guerin.
Thank you, Chair. I was responsible for looking at policy number 2003, board job description. It is my opinion that we are in compliance with that policy. And since it was most recently updated on February 26th of 2024, I do not believe there's a need to send it to governance.
Would you like to move that we are in compliance with that policy then? Okay, I'm going to get a seconder for that motion. Trustee Phillips. Okay, do we have consensus? Okay, thank you very much. Moving now to item 12.1. So as the mover of this, or as the creator of the motion, I am going to withdraw the motion at this time simply because we haven't had enough consensus building as a group to put together our collective thoughts as to the focus for that letter. And so it's just a withdraw at this time. And, hopefully we'll get all our feedback together and we can come at it again at a later date. So, okay. Then moving on to upcoming meetings, they're listed there for your information for you under item 3.1. And then moving on to item 14 is the next meeting. And again, the listed type topics are there. So I will move then to item number 15 and 15.1, confirm decisions made tonight.
It was moved by Trustee Guerin and seconded by Trustee Doherty Masters that the agenda for Monday, October 27th, 2025 be now approved as amended, carried by consensus. It was moved by Trustee Stanley and seconded by Trustee Francis that the items for action arising from the triple in-camera meeting of Monday, June 23rd, 2025 regarding HRS matters be now approved, carried by consensus. It was moved by Trustee Sikora and seconded by Trustee Weiler that the consent agenda, Board of Trustees, and the recommendations contained therein be now approved as amended, carried by consensus. It was moved by Trustee Phillips and seconded by Trustee Weiler that the board approve the multi-year strategic plan for 2025-2030 as presented, carried by consensus. It was moved by Trustee Phillips and seconded by Trustee Sikora that the Board of Trustees approve Appendix C for submission to the Ministry of Education, carried by consensus. It was moved by Trustee Guerin and seconded by Trustee Weiler that the Board of Trustees approve the recommendation of the Naming Committee, Notre Dame Catholic Catholic Secondary School for the name of the East Kitchener 7 to 12 Secondary School, carried by consensus. It was moved by Trustee Sikora and seconded by Trustee Weiler that the meeting be extended past the 3-hour mark, carried by consensus. It was moved by Trustee Guerin and seconded by Trustee Phillips that the Board of Trustees reviewed Board Policy 2003, Board Job Description, and find that the board is in compliance, carried by consensus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will ask for a mover to move us into double in camera. Can I get a mover of that motion? Trustee Stanley and seconded by Trustee Sikora. Okay, consensus. Thank you. We will say good evening to our superintendents. You want like a 5-minute recess just for a bio break here?
Probably the guy who sleeps in the front, they have to be. So mine would come here now.
Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn? If we want to get out of here, okay. A motion to adjourn. Okay, trustee Cuff and seconded by trustee. Yeah, closing prayer first, sorry. Okay, okay. O risen Lord, you have entrusted us with the responsibility to help form a new generation of disciples and apostles through the gift of our Catholic schools. As disciples of Christ, may we educate and nurture hope in all learners to realize their full potential to transform God's world. May our Catholic schools truly be at the heart of the community, fostering success for each by providing a place for all. May we and all whom we lead be discerning believers, formed in the Catholic faith community, effective communicators, reflective and creative thinkers, self-directed, responsible, lifelong learners, collaborative contributors, caring family members, and responsible citizens. Grant us the wisdom of your Spirit so that we may always be faithful to our responsibilities. Make this prayer through Christ our Lord. Amen. Okay, now can I get a motion? I think we already had that. Trustee Cuff and trustee Phillips. Okay, consensus? Okay, thank you.